Hello, everyone. Pop culture curator here. So good to see you. I am excited to be back with another stream of horror sci-fi. And tonight we are doing our sci-fi themed show. And we're back with a classic. Well, I guess most of them are classics. I'm not going to pick a modern piece of shit. But we're back with our sci-fi classic, The Running Man, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. One of the few he had a really as anybody who knows his is aware are aware of his career. There was a peak in his career where he did really good movies like The Terminator, Predator, this one, and as we previously covered, Total Recall, among a few others. Before his career went downhill, and then really hit the dumps, and he made a lot of bad movies and a lot of bad political decisions and public decisions. So, but that's another story. But yeah, I'm only going to pick movies from when he made them and they were good and they were successful. And this one was, I remember at the time seeing this at the theaters. I was in the Air Force. I went and saw it with friends. It was a great crowd pleaser. All my friends enjoyed it. Of course, we were drinking and partying before we went in there, which helped. But we'll cover here as we discuss this with my fellow panelists tonight. This was this movie predated a lot of things that are currently relatable now with what's going on. And it's interesting that, by the way, it's loosely based on the Stephen King book, The Running Man. This is when there was a period. Well, first of all, we all know that he was really high on cocaine, but he was writing under a pseudonym called Richard Bachman. And this is under that pseudonym, Richard Bachman. Normally, when Stephen King wrote a book, it would take him a few months. And as most people know who's seen his books, they're like 400 to 500 pages or more. But he actually wrote this one in a week. So there's some similarities, some differences from the novel. I did not read the book myself. I'm not a Stephen King fan. So I'll be honest and tell you, I've never read any of his books because I like classic literature from before him and people that inspired him. He's had interviews before where he said, "Well, my inspirations are H.P. Lovecraft, Richard Matheson, Edgar Allan Poe, and all these people that he lists. Those are the ones I read because I'm not going to read some hack that just borrows from somebody else, which is what he does." I've never heard of Stephen King ever doing anything that was original. But no offense to anybody out there, I know he has a lot of fans. Sorry to clear my throat. First, I want to say hello to my wonderful and fantastic fellow panelists. Gorilla's Random Thoughts, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right. When I was watching this movie here, though, this movie here would make Arnold Schwarzenegger's father proud.
Why is that?
Well, let's just say he was part of a certain government in the 30s and 40s.
In the US?
Austria, Germany.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That makes sense because I know Arnold was an immigrant from Austria in the early
Yeah.
70s. And my excellent friend Nemesis Beaton, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing amazing, Pop. Always glad to be here with you and Gorilla.
Likewise, it's so good to see you too. I'm excited because if I got this right, as far as us on the panel, I'm the only one who has seen this before. For you two, this is the first time. Is that correct?
Correct.
That is
All right.
correct, and boy, are my legs tired.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope it was a good choice. And we'll find out here, depending on also the wonderful people in the chat, which I'm going to say hello to. And it looks like Nemesis was the first one here. Hail, all you beautiful beings. Likewise, Nemesis. Likewise. And hello, Sci-Fi Sit Dan. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says hello there at Pop Culture Curator. Good to see you, Sit Dan.
Hey, sit down.
Hello, Scotty R37.
Hey,
He says hello.
Hey,
Good to
Scotty.
see you. Good to see you, Scotty. And Sci-Fi sits there and says, hello there, Scotty. Nemesis Bean says, hello, I hope you're all doing well, Scotty. Yeah, so far so good. My voice is a little hit or miss, but I'm doing my best. And hello, Philip Gaming. It's been a little
Hey,
bit since I've seen you. I hope you're doing well.
yeah.
Good to see you.
Hey, Phil, how's it going?
Here's Sub-Zero. Now Plane Zero. Oh, yes, that was one of the good lines. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, Pop Culture Curator, does Gorilla want his banana milkshake? It would probably be frozen right now for him, considering it's so cold.
Milk steak.
Oh, milk steak, yes.
Stab. Like a.
Nemesis Bean says,
Oh,
I'll be back. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, hello there, Nemesis of Eden.
hello.
And Philip Gaming says, hey, Christmas tree. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, hello there, Philip Gaming. And Nemesis of Eden says, hail, I hope you're all doing well, Philip Gaming. And Philip Gaming says, hey, Sit Dan. And he also says, hey, Nemesis. Hello, LDG. Good to see you, sir. I hope you're doing well.
Hey, Pickles.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's great
buddy.
to see you. Great to see you, LDG. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, hello there, LDG at Free the Net. LDG, I'm curious if you have seen this movie before. Let me know. Yeah, all you guys in the chat as well. Let me know if you guys have seen this movie before, or if this is the first. I can tell Philip has seen it before, obviously. But if this is your first time, let me know. There's a poll in the chat. Please, if you want to, feel free to engage and vote. And once again, you can either give us your grade on what you feel about the movie, or what you feel about our coverage and how we talk about the movie. It's totally up to you. Sci-Fi Sit Dan says, pop culture I have seen. It's a good movie. I give it a solid A. Very cool. Me too, Sit Dan. Just between you and me. That's why I chose it. Nimsavine says, hail. I hope you're doing well at Sci-Fi Sit Dan. And Philip Gaming says, hey, LDG. And Nimsavine says, hail. How goes it? I hope you're doing well, LDG. LDG outright says, I love this movie. All right, then you come to the right place.
Hey, get up here, Pickles.
LDG, let me know if you want to be here. I can send you a link. Hi, so LDG says, hi, Sci-Fi Sit Dan, Philip Gaming, and Nemesis of Eden. And LDG says, solid A, yes. There we go, another fan. Philip Gaming says, I've seen this movie like 50 times, probably. I have it on 4K Ultra Blu-ray. Same here. If I had to pick, I know you guys are going to kill me because I know if I say my favorite Schwarzenegger movie, it should be Predator, and I do like Predator, and I'm going to be covering it on this stream. I love it. I don't know why though, but my guilty pleasures, my two favorite movies of Schwarzenegger are Total Recall and The Running Man, and that's why I chose these first. But like I said, Predator is an amazing movie, and I don't want you to think I'm not going to cover it or mention it because I absolutely will. Sci-Fi Sit Dan,
Good.
pop culture. I go up with Arnold. I love his old movies. Yeah, exactly. That's the key word. His old movies. Nemesis of Eden. Damn, a Running Man champion. Philip gave me. That's right. He's seen it more times than I have. Okay, and yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it's written by Richard Mapp, Stephen King under his pseudonym Richard Bachman. He wrote a few books under that name. When he first started writing those books under that name, he was expecting people not to know. I don't know why his name was already he was number one seller. But after people realized and found out, and it hit the press that Richard Bachman was the same as Stephen King, he stopped writing under that name. The last book he wrote under that name was a really horrible book and a horrible movie called Thinner. If you ever come across a movie called Thinner, you can go ahead and watch it, but you're going to be disappointed. And hello, Suzanne. Suzanne Eckstein says hello, Pop. Hope you're keeping well, Suzanne. And she says hello, Gorilla, and also hello, Nemesis.
Yeah, hey there, Suzanne.
Hey, Suzanne.
And Suzanne says, sit Dan. Hello. And sci-fi sit down says pop culture Arnold golden age with the 80s to early 2000s maybe possible, but I don't know when he made like End of Days and some of those. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at his filmography. I can't remember exactly where it started dropping off. I did enjoy The Last Action Hero. I thought that was funny. I thought it was interesting. I remember that, and so you could be right. And Suzanne says, "LDG, hello." And Sci-Fi Sit Down says, "Hello there, Suzanne." Nimsabine says, "Hail, Suzanne. I hope you're doing well." Yeah, I know it's been cold up there. And she drops a link. Thank you, Suzanne. Okay. All
Thanks,
right.
Suzanne.
All right. Is there anything you need? I know we're at 19 minutes after the hour. Is there anything any of you want to pitch in or add before we get started?
No?
Nope,
Nope.
I'm good to go. Let's run on through this.
Sounds like a plan. Remember, everybody, that we're not able to actually view the movie due to copyright warnings and strikes and everything by YouTube. So we're going to have to show it frame by frame, and we have to skip every 10 seconds or so. I do have the subtitles turned on. Let me make sure. So I can't. Also, I'm not able to read all the subtitles verbatim, or I can even get stricken for that. Sadly, but when I pause on a screen that has a subtitle, I'll try to hold on long enough where you're able to read it. If you have not seen this movie, I hope this review does not spoil it for you. I do encourage you to watch it after and then get the whole thing from beginning to ending so you can understand the context. And it has a lot of dark humor. I don't want to ruin the humor.
Yeah. Who owns the rights to this?
Now I'm not sure. There's so many, like it used to be TriStar Films. I don't think they're around anymore. And by now they've probably been bought up by another company and then another company, another company, another company. So I'm not really sure.
Oh, here
I don't know if it's Sony or Amazon or. It seems like now it's just a handful of companies that own everything. But this is made back in the day where we actually had a whole slew of movie studios producing films. All right.
So we got a few more. Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU. Waves and says hello.
Hello, Taylor Swift. Good to see you. Hope you were doing amazing.
So you said TriStar.
Daniel's here as well. Daniel's Hot Topics.
Good to see Daniel.
You. Philip Gaming says, no, don't spoil it. Daniel says, never saw this movie before. And Suzanne says, my great news was premature pop. Ended up having to come up 2400, but it's done today. Yeah. She's saying hello. And now we're good to go. On to the movie.
Okay. So Sony owns it. Sony owns TriStar now.
That figures. That's what I said. That was my first example when I was naming off studios.
Wait, where did you leave off? There you go. Where did you leave off in chat here so I can start?
I think I started. Let me see. Did I start?
No, I thought.
Yeah, I started to Suzanne X-Teen comment.
Yeah, Nemesis read a bunch of stuff too, didn't he?
I sure did.
So where'd you leave off?
So I had left off at.
Well, I just started. It's a sci-fi sit down comment if you want to check it out. Because I don't think I heard Nemesis read this one. Well, that works.
Okay. Taylor says we got a bunch of hand wavings here. Suzanne says my great news was premature pop ended up having to come up 2400 today. That's down now.
Well, I hope that means you were able to settle it, Suzanne. Good luck with that.
Yeah. And Philip Games says, no, don't spoil it. And Daniel's never seen this before.
Yeah, Daniel, you need to watch this, Daniel. I recommend it. I think you'll enjoy it.
Right? I mean, we'd love to have you here, Daniel, but I mean, you could always watch the movie and then come back to this and watch it on the rerun and give us some watch time views then.
Yeah.
So, Sky says, oh man, I love that old TriStar intro.
Me too, actually. Yeah, I miss the days when we had those at the studios.
And Suzanne says Taylor Swift hello.
It's
Sci-fi
quaint.
Dan says, how do you get on the panel?
Have you seen this movie, Sci-Fi? I think he said he did.
Yeah, if you want to get up on the panel, you definitely have to have seen the movie. And if you are going to be up there, there's not going to be hogging the spotlight. Like it's
Yeah, tonight. We want to we want, and this isn't directed towards anybody specifically, but we want to try to keep the running time down to where we're not talking too much and we're giving everybody a free shot. Sci-fi, sit Dan, stand by a moment.
Yeah.
And Scotty, let me know about you. I think you mentioned something on Jill's stream earlier, if you wanted to be on or not.
Yeah. Phil
we
says,
prefer that you watch the whole movie to be up on the panel. But we don't want you to have just seen bits and pieces.
And also,
you need to have watched the movie first.
Right, the whole movie, and relatively recently. Not, we don't, if you come up and say, well, I don't know, it's been years and I don't remember this scene and this scene, and then it's not going to really do us much good because we're having to remind you with everything. All right.
yeah. So Philip says that horse was majestic. This guy says, hey, Sue Philip, sci-fi. So Philip says in 2027, so it's a historical film. Yeah, right now we're sitting right at Soylent Green and what's that one Star Trek episode? Past Tense. The DSI
Yes.
Past Tense.
Yeah, it's weird to think about that, to be like, yo, they thought this was so far in the future, and now it's just like, man, that was like
5 years ago.
5 years ago. I'm like, I can math. Hang on.
No, longer than that.
Well, because it's 2024 now.
7 years ago.
Yeah. See, we can math. There we go.
All right.
I find it funny. Oh, go ahead, Pop.
I was just going to say, I just dropped the link in the chat, guys, and I just pinned it for the top. So there you go. Don't forget about the poll. Don't forget to vote in the poll.
That's right.
I'll get my F in here pretty soon.
So there you go.
Yeah. And Suzanne says, Scotty, Hale, and Bo, huge respect for you after the way I watched you handle things last night. Pure class all the way. I have no idea what happened.
Last night.
I don't know.
I don't think that was on our stream.
Lemon.
Good for you, Scotty.
Good to see you, buddy. How you doing?
And hello, Sci-Fi Sit Down, and hello, Scotty. Welcome.
Let's see. Daniel says by 2027 the world economy.
Don't do this again, StreamYard. Damn it.
2024 and things seem pretty okay. So I'd say this movie is a bit off, and this movie is a branch reality.
Gorilla, can you do me a favor? My StreamYard's been acting up. I get this stupid pop-up, and it says live viewers. It's on the top left, and it blocks the avatars. Can you move mine down to the bottom? Can you do that? Do you have the power to do that or whatever?
Yeah. All you have to do is click it. All you should have to do is...
Oh, last night I clicked it. I did everything for like 10 minutes. And finally, at one point, it finally disappeared. I don't know what the hell, why it shows up, but I have no control over it. I right-click, I left-click, everything. I hit escape. Oh, I was fighting with it last night. But anyway, go ahead. But yeah, it blocks the whole top left corner of my StreamYard's panel, and I'm tired of it.
Hi. Let's see. Daniel says by 2027 the world economy collapsed. It's 2024 and things seem pretty okay. So I would say this movie is a bit off, and this movie is in a branch reality. Daniel, not everything's not okay. Put it this way: in 2019, I was doing pretty good. I was being able to buy a lot of things that I needed to buy and wanted to get done. I was actually thinking about going on vacation for the first time. Then 2020 happened, and now we're at the place where I'm literally struggling week to week. They're barely able to make things happen. I had to. Things are not that great right now with the economy.
Yeah, that's what it is it's all intentional and by design. Because as we see every day, I'll make this fast, but our government is shipping billions and trillions overseas and giving them to the immigrants when we're all suffering because inflation is growing at a rate much higher than our wages. So everybody is suffering right now, and our government knows, and they do not care.
And
Yeah.
It's kind of like this movie.
And how is this poetic? It came out in the 80s, and yet it's poetic today. How does that happen?
Poetic.
Yeah,
Prophetic.
it's poetic. No, it's.
I think prophetic is
Poetic means like poetry, where
It
Prophetic
rhymes, in other
means a
words.
prophecy that has come to pass. It's almost like Demolition Man kind of thing.
All right.
Right.
That term. They
Yeah, I
sound
agree.
similar, that's why they sound
Right.
similar.
yeah, Scotty's correct. Yes, prophetic. Well, because as it described here a few seconds ago, is the economy is in the dumps. People are dead. But the first thing I asked Nemesis in the backstage is this based in Oakland, California? Because I just came from the Bay Area, and this is exactly what Oakland reminds me of right now. Almost all of California, in fact, LA, Oakland is just like this now. Streets are overran. There's no cops. They've been defunded. Fire and flames everywhere, and nobody shows up. There was a video the other day in Los Angeles where, and this was several city blocks in downtown LA, people were setting off massive fireworks. I mean, huge professional fireworks all over downtown LA. And then the headlines in the news the next day, the cops don't know who did it. And it's like, are you kidding me? They said it went on for over 30 minutes and the cops didn't catch a single person. So yeah, that's California right now.
Well, they said this movie was taken in San Francisco because the whole premise of the thing was that it took place in an area that was destroyed by a big quake.
Thank you. I couldn't remember, and I was asking Nemesis that. So
Yeah,
San Francisco, right across the bay
yeah.
from Oakland. Okay.
Yeah,
Close
San
enough.
Francisco. San Francisco.
And actually, this is how San Francisco is now. It's overran by crime, drugs, and feces in the streets, as everybody knows.
Yeah. And Scotty here said this flick is a classic. Suzanne said, Scotty, my face still hurts from.
We're going to
LOL.
need context on that, Suzanne.
Yeah, because Suzanne, I can make so many comments to that, but I'm not because this is Pop's channel, not mine.
You're a good man. You're a good man.
If it's my channel, I'd be making them because, well, it is Pop's channel. But Sci-Fi says, I meant how much to get. Oh, how much? I believe it's $20 there, Saitan.
each.
This guy said, I've seen it rather subdued. I would love to be pleasant. Not today.
I think you meant present.
No, pleasant.
Oh, okay. That works too.
That is
Yeah.
appreciated.
And
Hello,
welcome,
Lemon Pie.
Scurvy. Hey, Scurvy.
Hey, Lemon Pie.
Lemon!
Good to see you.
Lemon.
So, which one of us on the panel have seen it? I know me and Pop have seen it. Have Scotty seen it too, or not?
Oh, yes. As
So-
recently as today.
So 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 4 here or something?
All of us have.
I think so.
We all have, like every one of us.
Yeah.
Scotty, was it your first time?
No, this is probably like fourth or fifth time
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Daniel
Gotcha.
said, Daniel said, back in 1987, they saw 2015 and 2017, for example, as futuristic. They're all, ooh, ah. And it says, girl, you have lost it, LOL. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
This movie predated reality TV, and that's what basically the whole movie revolves around is reality TV. And also, this movie inspired, if anybody remembers the TV show American Gladiator. The guy who pitched that show to the network said, I want it just like, in fact, he showed clips from this movie, and he said, I want it just like that, but without the murder.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
You wanted to see Nitro get stabbed in the heart?
well, it would help the ratings, I'm
might
not
have.
complain.
Well,
How
and-
about they could do it for like Netflix. When you think about it, that's almost like a modern day Squid Game, right? It's almost kind of loosely based.
yes. Well, and also there was a video game in the 90s called Smash TV. I think for the Super Nintendo it was Super Smash TV, and it was top down, and it was basically the exact same thing. You just went into an arena and it was carnage.
The more people you sorry, Scotty.
No, please, you describe Super Smash TV.
Oh, dude, no, it's exactly like this movie. It's like you go in, top-down shooter, the more people you kill, the more carnage you get, the more money you get. Like it
is framed as a TV show as well. So there's like a crowd roaring when you kill more people. It's so crazy. It's awesome.
And there's a commentator in between levels, and yeah.
All right. And Scurvy says, "Who doesn't love being pleasant, Scotty?" Well, I can tell you, Scurvy, there's a bunch of ladies who like to march around in pink hats in a certain shape that are never happy. And he got the draw on you, Nemesis.
Right. And they are happy when they're at the buffet. So that's one place they're happy.
And apparently Suzanne's modding a drunk stream. Okay.
Good luck.
I hope that's not this one. I think we're all sober so far.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Close enough.
I don't know. I might crack open a drink or two tonight.
Yay.
Oh, gee.
What's going on?
I ran out of pop, so I switched to beer. Yeah, actually, this is Mountain Dew Hard whatever.
Is that the lightning or whatever you were talking about the other day?
Lightning.
Last night you mentioned some kind of Mountain Dew, and I hadn't heard the name before.
Voltage.
No, I got this. I didn't mention no Mountain Dew. Oh, I had Mountain Lightning. It's a generic version. It's the generic version from Walmart of Mountain Dew.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Is that pineapple or mango?
It's mango and Baja Blast pineapple, and it sucks because it has no sugar.
Just like it sucks for the people in this film who have no sugar or Baja Blast coming up in this food riot.
Those people just want food.
Well,
I'm not going to shoot unarmed the civilians. It's the women and children down there.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a series of the worst Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions that you will hear.
When you think about it, this opens up with a food riot, and we're not far from that because right now we're at the point. In fact, San Francisco is an excellent example. Oh, this is Bakersfield. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, it's California. But anyway, right now we're at the point where they just walk into stores and grab what they want and walk out, as we all see. And because of that, stores are closing. So the next step will be food riots, I guarantee you.
The state will buy up all the grocery stores like they're doing in Chicago.
They're not going to give it to everybody for free, though.
Yeah.
You never get anything for free from the government. You know that.
And
the last thing we want is food issued. I mean, government issued food. I mean, I know we're already almost like Russia, but hopefully it'll take a little longer to get there. Standing in line for 2 days to get toilet paper. Yeah, I can see that coming up soon.
Gee, it sounds like the 1930s again, or 40s again here.
Well, that was not too long ago in the Soviet Union before they broke up, but that'll be right around the corner for us in the U.S. and Canada, actually.
All right. Welcome, Oiler Greg. He's lurking tonight. And Emerson says, you got
Greg. Hello.
And Daniel says, just like the Three's Company in the late 70s, in 1977, when season 1 of Three's Company came on, Jack Trooper said to the girls that they're looking at the top chef of 98, and Janet said, that long, huh? And they point back to 1977, people thought of 1998 as futuristic.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. Right? Like it's funny just to think that, perception of time is an interesting concept.
Yeah.
But carrying on with the film.
Here, Pickle says, Daniel, unmute, please. And Suzanne says, I enjoy running, man. And Scurvy here says, I have wine. Just Suzanne has to mod me too. Scurvy, oh my God, it's a shitstorm over there. 3 hours of yelling and screaming.
Not interested. No, thank you, Suzanne. I'm not into the drama, wherever that is. Thank you, though.
Yeah.
That's right. Enough drama in this film.
Okay, so we open up with Bakersfield, and obviously 1987. Remember, this is pre-CGI, so this is computer graphics. And we can tell by the opening title of the movie. I know I was kind of trying to rush through it because we've all been gabbing, but you can tell by the primitive computer graphics at the very beginning. back then everything was made on one computer called a Cray, and it took up almost a whole room. Compared to which is and now, I mean, your Apple iPhone is more powerful. But that just shows the advancement in technology. We have this helicopter heading over the city of Bakersfield, and they've got orders that there's a food riot that they're going to monitor.
And Arnold's character does not know it's shoot to kill orders too.
Well, they haven't mentioned that yet. We'll get there. So here's where Arnold Schwarzenegger's character, the pilot, Ben Richards, is reporting what's going on, what he sees, and he's arriving at the coordinates.
Hold on. I was unmuted.
Okay. Suzanne says I kicked that too. Melted copper tonight. Okay. Boomer says lurk, lurk, lurk.
Hey, Boomer.
This
Boomer!
Is what I mean about 87 computer graphics. This was actually sophisticated at the time. But it's good
dude, it's fantastic.
Yeah, but it's acceptable because they're not trying to make it look photorealistic. But it's supposed to be like almost like a radar / sonar sort of thing on their viewing screen. So I think compared to today, it would be night vision would probably be, as we know it, green. And you can see all the heat lit up in the streets wherever there's a heat signature.
Well, it's just interesting that sort of wireframe of the city, when you consider that Escape from New York actually had to make a wireframe city. Like it was actual models that they filmed. And now it has like the computer technology. They can just make it. And so this is sort of a breakthrough in computer imagery.
Right. And in fact, and we will be covering Escape from New York. I think it's amazing that beginning scene because, it's a miniature, like you said, and they actually outlined all the buildings with lights to make it look like computer graphics. So if you didn't know better, you would think you're watching something similar to this, but it's actually not.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have Arnold. Go ahead.
I really like it because it ties into the lore of this world, as we'll see later on, just how they have everything mapped out. Everything's under ICS control. So it would make sense that they have the city's already mapped out and they have some sort of guiding system to get them there.
Well, right. And which is, think about this. Now we have cameras on every corner. So, they can actually monitor live now. We have the technology where wherever you go, you're being monitored. And we even have facial recognition. So here we have Ben Richards, Arnold Schwarzenegger's character, reporting that there's approximately 1,500 civilians, no weapons evident, and it's a food riot. And there's a representation of the crowd down below. And here's where he gets his orders. Proceed with Plan Alpha. Eliminate anything moving. And he says, wait a minute, there are lots of women and children down there. And of course, they say that we don't care fire anyway.
Right? Immediately setting the tone that this is just an evil corporation.
Well, but is he a corporate agent or is he a government agent? Like, is he a policeman? Or is it? It's
I
all
think
like
he's military.
Yeah, but but as you say, as it speaks to the fact that the government and the corporations are one and the same. This is a dystopic future.
Well, in the movie, he plays a former cop.
So there you go.
No, I thought it was ex-military.
No, it says in the movie he's a former cop.
It's possible.
But they specifically state that they never get ex-military contracts. That's why he's really special.
Yeah.
Either that or he's both.
Wait, I can explain this probably. The police are the military.
There you go. Problem
Which
solved.
again,
Military dictatorship.
Yeah, which again sort of speaks to the way that this is, in 1987, it was all fun and games, saying that, there's going to be a militarization of the police, which was something, all of the dystopic futures that we saw in the 80s, they're coming true. And this is the same sort of thing. It's like, that we have a United States police force. Again, I don't want to keep comparing it to Escape from New York, but that wireframe got me. And it's like, it's just everything. And any authority figure, bad. That's pretty much the 80s bad guys.
Right. What's interesting too is that I have to admit is, as we all know, and from seeing stuff like this, is the military taking over control is always a bad thing. But living in this day and age where they've defunded the police and crime is out of control, we actually need this. It's sad to say. We don't need anything to this extreme, but this is the reason why our cities are overran in the way they are because there is no law and order at all. There's none.
Sadly,
They will
sadly,
not let. What's that?
go ahead. Sadly, it's the only option left nowadays. Sadly, it's the
It
only
is.
option
That's
left.
yeah. That's exactly the only option left. Is it for us to call in our National Guard, and we haven't quite gotten to that, but we're going to have to. Unless if we don't, we're going to have to write off like the entire state of California here soon. Chicago, New York. I mean, they've got to do something because they're a free for all. I mean, that's why people are leaving California. It's out of control. The problem is we have a fascist government, and if they step in and people complain and say, well, you're Antifa and all that, so we're seeing slowly the rise of this, in my opinion. So here's what happens: is Ben Richards is ordered. His orders basically say we don't care if nobody's armed, shoot to kill anyway, and he refuses to. And then the orders are come across, telling the other people in the helicopter to subdue him and take control because he starts fighting and refusing orders.
All right, can we catch up on chats here real quick?
Sure. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm trying to get through the movie. We'll get there one of these days. I know we're only a minute into it.
Yeah, we haven't even met Yaphet
Basically.
Kotto.
Yeah, I know.
All right, Daniel.
Yeah, that Kotto and Jesse the Body Ventura. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Hey, my
Richard
governor
Dawson,
was
for
in
the
this?
love of Pete.
My governor was in this.
Two
Yep.
governors.
Two governors and Yaphet Kotto.
And Yaphet.
Daniel
man.
said, "I hope we don't get that to that point where the stores close down and there are food riots."
We're
It's
halfway
getting
there.
Look at Chicago. Look into Chicago.
Look at San Francisco. Look at L.A.
Suzanne says, "Oh, exactly, Pop." No, Chicago is actually starting to buy those abandoned stores there, and they're going to call them city stores.
I haven't heard of that. I know they're buying everything and putting migrants in them.
And the boomer said, "When I lived in the valley, we called it Baker's Patch."
Oh yeah. Plus, for this movie, it's not officially stated, but there is some commentary saying there are good people in this type of situation, but sadly, they're controlled by their overlords to do bad things.
Yeah. Daniel says, the sad thing is theoretically they can prevent such things from happening, but if some reason they don't want to for the some reason.
Well, because they don't want to lose power. Right now, we have all the worst people imaginable in power.
Boomer says, "You will eat the bugs and enjoy it. You'll live in the pot. You'll own nothing and be happy."
That's right. According to WEF, that's what they're working on.
Daniel says he looks like Wayland Yutani Corporation.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
Wayland Yutani
Aliens.
is an evil
Aliens,
company from
yeah.
Aliens, yeah.
Okay. And Boomer says today's military will be looking for a safe space.
Yeah, you're right, because we got a bunch of transformers and all that in the military, right?
I don't know who Nemesis does. He's hope they're doing well.
It was everyone. Phantom Boomer Explorers, Older Greg,
Yeah, don't
Daniel's
show the
Hot
links,
Topics, anyone.
Gorilla. Don't show the links, Gorilla. We got too much chat, but thank you.
Oh yeah, like we
I was just reading. I was just clicking over them here. Daniel says if something like this happens in the future, I hope it happens when I am in my 80s. I want to enjoy my life. That's where my dad says he's glad. That's where my dad says he's glad that he's on the backside of his life.
And that's what I've said a few times. You guys have heard me say this.
Yeah. And then here Nemesis corrects himself, so it says In and Out just bailed out of Oakland.
Yeah, I used to work in that very area not long ago, and it was surprising. And they had just opened a Raising Cane's, and I was laughing when I saw that. Yeah, that whole area is like exactly this movie. I'll put it that way. Except it's not innocent people struggling for food. It's crime and drugs. And Oakland defunded the police, and now they're bitching and moaning. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And obviously, there's no conviction rate, so they don't even bother arresting anybody anymore. That city is totally out of control. Well, a lot of California actually, but Oakland is the worst city in California at this point. So here's
Well,
what
after they
Go ahead,
subdue Ben Richards, and they do fire on the crowd. And
yeah,
he is
they-
labeled as the Butcher of Bakersfield. 18 months later, a title card says, and we are in a penitentiary with bomb collars.
Right. So we've seen this. It's another trope in sci-fi where they have the collars around their neck that have a proximity detector. So if they try to escape, it automatically explodes and kills them. It's not an original idea, but like I said, this is written by Stephen King, so don't expect anything original. And expect a coke-fueled high. And the very, very hot Maria Conchita Alonso.
Yes, absolutely. She did have her time in the sun, and she did shine brightly.
And she was in Predator 2, too, wasn't she?
I believe so, yes. She was the GoBot Vasquez.
Yes, she was a Predator too. There's a lot of crossovers actually between this movie and Predator 2. Well, the late 80s, I guess you get the 80s.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Scotty. Did you say she was Vasquez?
Well, in Predator 2, just because it's alongside Bill Paxton, I said that she was the GoBot Vasquez because there are a lot of similarities.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, I missed that joke. Very okay. Nice. Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice.
We get Arnold Schwarzenegger carrying a steel beam. It's like, okay, yeah, right.
Which is also kind of a trope for Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. I know he did the same thing in Commando when he was just carrying a tree during the opening credits.
Yeah, it was like a tree or something,
Well, actually,
and I don't want to... Oh, sorry.
With Arnold there, I can believe it being an actual steel beam because those things are... He could probably bench 400, and those things are probably only 200.
Absolutely.
It depends on what type of steel it is.
Tungsten.
Well, it's an I-beam, but I want to be specific that he's actually smaller in this movie because there was a period where he was injured, he hurt his back, and he wasn't able to work out. So his arms are not quite as big as they are, like, say, in Predator or in the movie like Total Recall and that. So he was in a period where he hadn't been able to work out.
Oh.
I know a lot of people may not notice, but yeah, his arms are smaller.
Oh, so he had to stop taking the roids?
I guess so. No, never stop taking the roids.
Never.
He's not the like
Is somebody eating?
Yeah, I am.
Please mute.
Yeah, you need to mute yourself if you're doing that, dude.
Yeah, thank you. Here we go. And guess what? Look who. The introduction of Mick Fleetwood from Fleetwood Mac. And Weasel Zappa.
He actually played in Star Trek.
Yes, he did. Yes. One of those fish aliens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so who's Dweezil Zappa?
Frank Zappa's son.
No. I know who Dweezil Zappa is, but who did he play in this movie?
We'll find out as we get there.
Well,
okay, point him out, please.
Do you know who Mick Fleetwood is, Nemesis?
In
this movie,
no.
In the movie.
No.
Okay. These two characters actually work together in this movie.
If you're curious about Mick Fleetwood, he is the guy who says, "Mr. Spock, you have the con," and then someone says to him, "Who's Mr. Spock?"
Oh, okay. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, and I love Fleetwood Mac. They're like one of my top groups. I've seen them.
Well, you can go your own way
in concert.
I've heard rumors.
Right, the guy is extremely rich
and talented. By the
God,
way,
you're coming down like a landslide, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Richard Dawson as Killian, and I thought this was excellent casting.
Yes,
considering he had just been coming off of years of Family Feud.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it seems he seemed like such a natural.
Yeah, in fact, little behind the scenes info. People knew him, said this was basically him in real life. Yeah, he was not exactly the nicest person, and he had a huge ego. So here we have.
Most actors do have huge egos.
Well, not all of them, but yeah, you're right. A lot of them do. And like one exception, I would have to say is Keanu Reeves. He's supposed to be a really nice guy. And so we have a security guard asking another security. He charged, did you see The Running Man last night? So here it's based on a TV show. So that's where we get the title of our movie. And of course, I never missed it. And according to the plot of the movie, it's the number one show in the whole world, and everybody watches it all the time.
Which says a lot about this society.
Yes. And this is where we have our perimeter markers. So this is what monitors the prisoners with the explosive neckbands. Fresh meat just got here. Shut down the deadline. And here we are. They're bringing in Ben Richards, of course.
So when they say fresh meat, it's only been expired for 3 months?
I guess so, right? This is what I meant about his arms being smaller than usual. He's muscular, but not quite as much as, I think he's probably down like 3 inches or so. And we get Yaphet Kotto. I love Yaphet Kotto. So underrated.
Scurvy says, I knew someone who moved to California and as soon as he could, he moved back to Texas. He did.
He's like, what the hell is this? I'm out of here. Hopefully he didn't move to Austin, because otherwise he moved right back to California. And we have an attempted escape by the prisoners.
Right? What we hadn't seen was that gentleman right there spying on the guard, getting until he got the code, which initiated this whole riot between
prisoners.
The prisoners and, yeah.
Right.
And of course, it's funny because, all of the prisoners have lethal accuracy, but the guards have terrible aim.
Of course, typical stormtroopers, right?
Yeah.
Plus, it shows his leadership and organization skills too to pull off this riot.
True. And this is the brainiac who has the codes and knows everything with the computer. Of course, he has to have glasses to let us know that he's smart.
Well, and it's funny because I believe he's the one who came up with the whole plan.
Yes.
As we'll find out later in the movie why. And I'll touch on that later. But no spoilers yet.
And they've got the code to the perimeter. And there goes Chico.
Chico, no.
Oh, too bad we can't see it. Like, he just got way too impatient.
Does that guy usually play criminals in movies too, or not?
Who? Which one?
The guy that his head blown off.
Chico.
Oh, I don't know. He's a side character. I haven't looked that up. I don't recognize him myself.
Because I've seen him in other movies. I seen him
That's very possible.
I seen him in the Lost World movie. The one
Jurassic Park.
No, the Lost World was by Steven Spielberg. That one I seen him in that.
Yeah,
movie.
Jurassic Park, The Lost World.
Jurassic Park, The Lost World.
Yeah, I think I've seen him in that one.
Okay. Yeah, that was Jurassic Park 2. Directed by Paul Michael Glaser and any old geezers like myself. Remember, he was Starsky from the show Starsky and Hutch. And what happened was this movie went through like 3 or 4 directors, and he was a last-minute choice. And he came onto the project about a week before shooting started. Arnold Schwarzenegger was not happy because he wanted a movie director, obviously a top-tier director. And he complained that he thought this movie looked like a TV show the way it was filmed. But I've got to give Paul Michael Glaser credit. It's actually a good movie despite him being a television actor.
Well, I'm almost wondering if that was intentional because a lot of it is supposed to be a TV show.
Well, it wasn't intentional, but ironically, it did work out that way, yes. And here's where you have what's supposed to be modern-day Los Angeles, which doesn't look too different. Zoning passes are required at all times. Display passes properly. Yeah, that's a military state for you. Curfew.
interzone workers. That
Yeah.
that again, one of those dystopic realities that we're contending with now with your 15-minute cities, and you have to be in your district or your zone, and to travel over there is going to burn too many. Just stay local, don't travel, be happy, don't own nothing. Welcome to
Right,
the
you
future.
go nowhere. Right, the 15-minute cities that they're trying to make.
So basically, this is a World Economic Forum's wet dream.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, and it's the extra special salty wet dream.
Right. Unfortunately, people like us keep getting in their way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Apparently
remember,
Dan-
everybody, this is decades before we had live LED billboards, which we have now.
Don't you find that the most disturbing thing about modern life? I don't know how many times you drive down a highway and you see a giant billboard, and I'm like, oh, so it is Blade Runner. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like Blade Runner, right? It's like a live big TV screen.
well,
It's
I get mad
funny
at
that you had mentioned. Go ahead, Gorilla.
I just get mad at when you get those LED boards are so bright that you're blinded for however long till you pass them.
Oh, sure.
Right?
Yeah, like especially Vegas. I mean, my goodness, right? The light pollution is incredible.
It is. And like getting back to what you were saying about how it's just like real life, except there are people like us getting in the way, which ties back into even the opening title card of the movie, where they're like, somehow in this dystopian future, in this crazy controlled police state, there's a small resistance group that is thriving.
Okay, yeah.
And it's just like us.
That's what's funny, too. You're right, because in pop culture and movies and all this, the old trope and stereotype is resistance movement. Now that they're labeled, we're actually called domestic terrorists. So it's funny, yeah. That's domestic terrorists now. Because if you formed a group to try to fight back, that's what you would be labeled as just before they eliminate you. January 6th is a perfect example. Even though that wasn't an insurrection, we all know it's all BS. But that's what they're labeled, and they're locked away forever without even being charged with a single crime. So here we get a small introduction to the number one show in the world, The Running Man. And as we saw, we have our host, Killian, up there, played by Richard Dawson.
But he's the one that liked to make out with all the women and the girls on the show there.
Yes,
That's right.
He was notorious for his kisses.
And hopefully he used breath mints because he was a heavy chain smoker.
He was.
Well, hopefully he made sure how old the people were before he went and kissed them on the lips.
It was just a peck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was innocuous at the time.
Different
But
times,
it was
Right,
noticed.
totally unheard of now, right? That's like I mentioned when we cover our Star Trek TOS reviews, how often William Shatner grabs women by the arms and the shoulders and all this other stuff that would never be allowed now.
Well, what's his name? The guy that started in the Matrix there. I can't think of his name.
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Every picture you see with him, you'll never see him actually touching a woman. He'll always hold his arm just above their shoulders so he's not touching them, so that he cannot get Me Too'd.
Oh, the hover hand.
Attaboy. So yeah, it's like I'm sorry. Getting back to the film here, like
Yes.
I just love. I mean, as dirty and grungy as it is, the set design in this movie is fantastic. Like I love the aesthetic, as dirty and dark and grungy as it is.
I agree.
So that's
And
Mick Fleetwood.
That's
over,
Mick Fleetwood on the left, in the middle.
in the middle, basically, yeah, in between Yaphet Kotto.
There he is.
Front and center.
Okay, hang on. Okay, I think I know who Dweezil is now.
Yeah, now Mick Fleetwood actually looks like this. He's actually old now, but yeah, this is of course makeup.
Yes.
And here's where he is picking the locks on these detonators.
Right. So that's Dweezil's apple right there.
Yes.
Okay. So we missed a really good point where he was talking about how he's worried about the kids, about all the propaganda and whatnot, which just once again tying into the real world.
Tying into the real world. Yeah, the only thing they didn't predict is the social media and TikTok and crap that's the root of all evil now.
Well, that was introduced by a foreign party, but
Yeah, Facebook and all that was not, but TikTok specifically is, yes, which is the
yeah,
worst of them all, right?
yeah.
But
And I like this scene.
they're
Sorry, Pop,
hinting
go
on
ahead.
that. I was just going to say they're hinting on that, where they say brainwashed by the TV, but now you would say brainwashed by social media.
Yes, exactly. Replace the TV station, because that's what we had back in the day, even back in the 90s, right? There's no social media. It was what you
Even
had on the
though,
tube.
right, and even though television is all propaganda now as well, it's more social media is more influential over kids. But yeah, television's been compromised now. It's all propaganda. The news, all of it. You can't believe any of it anymore. Social media, in fact, you notice it's the same. They're driving the same narrative as television. The news is driving the same narrative as social media. The fascism and communism and Marxism, all that.
Yeah. So I really liked this scene specifically, though, as it highlighted it's really tense. Like, even though this is one of the better dialogue scenes in the movie. And meanwhile, he's defusing a bomb.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely defines the stakes of the film. It's like you start off the movie by your authority figures are going to mow down a crowd of hungry people, and then you go to the people who said, no, I don't want to do that, and they get locked up into a prison, and they get an explosive collar, and then those who can escape, even when they are having that collar removed. It's very tense. Like, the tension of the movie, it keeps building, and even like the world that is being portrayed here, it is something for Arnold to overcome, and he does when that old lady decides to start betting on him.
Yes, we'll get to that scene.
We'll get there.
I look forward to it.
But like, where was this filmed, Pop? Do you know?
LA, that was owned at the time by I have to look up. Now it's owned by Sony. I think Sony bought the building.
Oh,
But the top part of the building is a matte painting.
Sure.
But the lower
Okay.
part you see is an actual building. And you can kind of tell because the top looks a little different than the bottom.
And I hadn't noticed until you pointed it out. So,
but I love it because again, I'm sort of comparing Arnold Schwarzenegger movies to Arnold Schwarzenegger movies, but how Total Recall was filmed in Mexico City and with the use of matte paintings and just the architecture that they had there. I was curious about this building. So,
well, and it's still very dystopian in its shape and form as well, too, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I really like about it as well.
Is it like modern or postmodern architecture? I don't know. I'm not that smart.
Oh, well,
I'm not sure either.
Yeah. I'm no architect. I'll be the first to say it.
That's
I'm a marine biologist.
You said that's the TriStar building?
No. I couldn't remember what building. I'm trying to see if I can look it up. Actually, I read up on this a few days ago, and I'm trying to remember. The exterior view of the Resistance headquarters is the same as the one used by the Resistance in D, the final battle.
Nice.
So that's right. But give me a moment. I'll keep looking here. I'm going to go through my notes. The ICS, here it is. The ICS Television Network headquarters, the lower 8 floors, is the pyramid-like Filmland Corporate Center in Los Angeles, the home of MGM in 1987. A matte painting added an imposing 21-story tower above the real structure. In 1992, Sony Pictures purchased MGM's old studio lot and moved into Filmland building. So that building is now owned by Sony, which coincidentally owns the rights to the movie, like Gorilla said.
Funny how that works.
Yeah. Hey, check out that sedan with the boomerang antenna. Huzzah.
Right, that modern day, right.
So look at that futuristic car.
It was always funny when they tried it, right? When you watch these movies and they try to predict what futuristic cars look like. And how did we get an introduction to our host of The Running Man?
Well, and I know you guys were saying that it was because Richard Dawson had been popular on The Family Feud, but don't forget, he had been, a successful actor
Right.
before
Hogan's
that.
Heroes. Yeah, Newkirk on Hogan's Heroes.
Well, and I would say that this role for Richard Dawson is similar to Ricardo Montalban in Wrath of Khan, in that at the time they were known for something and they sort of amped it up. So with or completely defied what the audience was expecting. With Ricardo Montalban, obviously he was on Fantasy Island, and he completely sort of tilted he was an actor. He was lost in Khan Nooney and Singh. And the same thing with Killian is that him as Gorilla said, the guy who liked to kiss too much on The Feud, and he turns into this like very manipulative villain. And I think that it is contrary to the audience's perception of who he would be. But before I stop talking, I want to give a big shout out to my boy here on the right of the screen.
Oh, yeah, I was reading.
That is Sven Thorson.
Yep.
Sven Thorson, LaForce from Mallrats. He was in Red Heat. He was in Predator. He's basically been a sidekick to Arnold Schwarzenegger for most of Schwarzenegger's career. And so when he shows up, it's great.
From what I read, he was Schwarzenegger's stunt double.
Makes sense.
And they were friends, obviously, duh.
But I love Sven Thorson. Thanks, Sven.
And we have Ben Richards here coming in here.
Breaking into what is supposed to be his brother's house.
Yes.
Hey, look at that guy. He was in Ghostbusters too.
And a Muppet movie, a few movies. He usually plays a suck-up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I forget the name of the actor, but he's a great character actor who shows up in a lot of things as. Speaking of a great actor who shows up in a lot of things.
There we go, Gorilla.
Good old Jesse.
Let me tell you about the Bilderberg Group.
Yeah, he was actually our governor for like 4 years, 4 or 6 years, however long.
It's
Awesome.
Funny, he is extremely larger than Arnold Schwarzenegger. So usually, like in Predator, they try to avoid showing the two in the same shot. They didn't want to make Arnold Schwarzenegger look a lot smaller. But in this movie, you will see the two side by side, and you'll see the size difference. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger, honestly, is only like 5'8", 5'9", maybe at the most.
Well, and if you're saying that he was
Hey guys.
his smallest here, hey PvP,
Hello.
then yeah, that makes even more sense because Jesse's huge. Like Jesse's a beast. Like there's no denying that.
Yeah.
He wasn't a great actor, but I loved him because he had a great on-screen presence, and for what he did, I give him props.
Charismatic.
Didn't Jesse Ventura go into politics after he finished acting and become a governor?
Yeah, PvP. I was literally just saying he was my governor of Minnesota.
Yeah, he was the governor. Minnesota. Yeah, that was kind of cool when he actually got to be a governor. It was like, wow, guy's got some talent,
Well, he used his celebrity to get there, but that's fine. Because as long as he did a good job, people liked him.
Yeah, I think he was fairly popular. Yeah.
Yeah. So here's where we have introduction to the beautiful Maria Conchita Alonso, and she's listening to the news, and at the same time, the news is already starting the propaganda against Ben Richards, and they're already telling everybody he's the butcher of Bakersfield, because even though we know that he refused to fire on the crowd of people, the news is twisted around like they do now to make him seem evil, like he's the one that actually went against orders and fired on the crowd is where they're trying to frame it.
A beautiful show of manipulation.
Yes.
But really, we can do this with the AI now. That's a lot what it reminded me of. And
exactly. That's what they do here. They use AI. Go ahead.
Yeah, and all they have to do is change it slightly, like what they're going to be probably doing this year with the elections. All they have to do is change it just slightly enough to get people that'll argue. Well, nobody will know what the truth is.
Right, because right now technology is at the point where it's indiscernible between reality because it looks so realistic. It's really hard to tell now, and it's so easy to manipulate people.
Well, and it is sort of appropriate to the film. I don't want to get too political, but like they just did that World Economic Forum thing, and the Trump of South America, whoever that guy is, and he went and he was just like, "This is all stupid, and you people are stupid. I don't understand what you're doing." Anyway, he doesn't speak English, but the AI manipulated and translated not only into his voice from Argentinian to English, but also they did it so that it would replicate the mouth movements as well. Like the full translation, essentially a deep fake for translation purposes. But he didn't say that. He didn't do that. It's alarming. And so, if you see something on TV, just remember it's on TV. It doesn't necessarily mean it's real.
Which is funny, Scotty, because that your point there will tie into a point later in the movie that is one of the main points of technology that I found very fascinating. But we'll get there when we get there.
I ain't just whistling Dixie over here.
Yeah, hey-oh.
So here's where Killian, the game show host, is watching the news about Ben Richards. And he is so powerful. Remember this being the #1 show. What he asks for, he gets. And he wants Ben Richards on that show because he knows that'll be... I mean, it's already the #1 show, but he knows it'll be a big boost in ratings.
Well, and also it is a form of public execution. Let's also not forget, and I don't know if they've presented it as of yet, but anyone who wins the Running Man gets to go to beautiful Acapulco.
Yeah, they haven't mentioned that yet.
Like Whitman, Price, and Haddad.
Yes, that's right.
That's a little while into the movie from this, though. So
they got a little too much sunburn. I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Yeah, like it's because the whole point of contention here is that they've plateaued in ratings, and like even though they're one of the only shows that people watch, they still need more, and so they have contracts with the government, and that's who he's talking to right now.
Right,
and they're looking through.
Says right, the Justice Department Entertainment Division. They have an entertainment division.
Is his name Kurt Fuller? I think his name is Kurt Fuller, the suck-up guy. I'm gonna look it up.
Well, the thing
Oh
is,
yeah.
The thing is,
right.
The thing is, too, Schwarzenegger's character signs a contract too, right? So it's almost like he's entering into something, and it's almost presented to the audience like maybe it's not execution, maybe it's like an actual real contest, and the runners could possibly win occasionally.
Right.
I mean, that is presented early in the film, right? That some of the so-called winners from last year are in Maui having a great time, right?
Well,
right.
Yeah. The
American
Gladiators.
That's the way they're selling it, right?
And the game show, what the audience doesn't know, is the game show uses blackmail to get the contestants on there.
Well, the audience didn't seem to be very bright, I gotta say.
No,
it's a brainwashed.
Right, just like today, they're brainwashed, dumb society that believe everything.
I actually kind of ended up laughing a lot of the time because the audience was so over the top stupid. It was just almost kind of wonderful in a weird way.
PvP, have you been on Twitter lately?
Well, that's how I got the link here tonight.
Well, and not only that.
Oh, I see all kinds of dumb shit on Twitter. Oh, hell yeah. I don't
but
pay
it's funny because like
it, but a lot of it's just idiotic. But sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the audience itself is a character, and it has its own arc throughout this entire movie.
Oh, definitely. Yes. Oh, yeah.
PvP, I have to ask, was this your first time seeing the movie?
It was. I just watched it last night.
Great. Okay, good. All right. I gotta let my dogs. They want off the bed. They always want up and down. I'll be right back.
All right. So
all right. Good time to read the chat.
Daniel says I was 8 months old when this movie came out. Cool. And welcome Recreational Argument Network Television. It's a great movie.
Well, hello, Recreational Argument Network Television. Glad to have you here.
Yeah, welcome. And he said, with deep hidden truths.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I gotta say that's a very nice shot of the actress right there.
She could have had her legs a little bit further open.
No, come on, Gorilla. We gotta keep it somewhat
PG-13 at least.
Ah, well, I mean, I can appreciate that upper half. Like, look at those arms and shoulder. Ugh, Jesus. Anyways,
And
So
we're acting like Scotty right now. We're acting like him.
oh no, you haven't been to my Walton streams then. But no, so Debs, is you like a woman that can throw you around?
bro, I grew up on a farm. I'm used to farm girls, so yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Well, my favorite part is the legs and the thighs. No comment. Too awkward.
No, I just who is? Who I'm not sure who's talking here. Somehow I'm not seeing it. It's so far away of you guys.
Dan. Dan was talking.
Oh,
And with dead silent for some reason, I was asking why.
Well, I don't know. I guess we're all kind of maybe just nodding in agreement without having to say too much.
Yeah.
Nothing to say to that comment, really. Like,
I mean, pretty self-evident that she's got nice legs.
now, see, I'll be honest. Like, it's a good thing she's hot because, like, I found her incredibly annoying in this movie. Like, she really bugged me.
It was the voice
as a character.
That's what it was.
It wasn't the voice. It was her how she acted. Like, just that, like, not only, and I can't even bring up points because all we've seen so far is just her working out and like Arnie being like, "Shut the fuck up, just lay back and be quiet. I'll be done in 5 minutes." And she's like, "Oh my goodness!" And then it turns out he's just packing his bags and her bags,
right?
Yeah, and
for
Arnold,
the airport.
And Arnold. He found some evidence in her apartment. He could have used that to blackmail her too.
All right. Now here's the thing. How much truth is in this? Where he takes her board pass, he scans it, then he starts talking about how she packs crap in there and takes so long to find it. And he just starts pulling crap out. And he's taking forever, and the crowd is going, "Hurry up!" And the guy's like, "Fine, just go," just so he didn't have to deal with an angry crowd having to wait for her pass.
Yeah, definitely not like TSA.
Oh, TSA failed 98% of their checks. So,
TSA is more right now. In comparison, they're more realistic, like we saw in Total Recall, where they X-rated the entire body. They can look. They didn't even know what size dick you have. It's sad.
Yeah. All the checks that TSA does, they still fail most of their when they're getting tested to see how effective they're doing their jobs. They fail like 98% of it.
Oh yeah.
So I love.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I love their technique. Yeah, speaking of technology, their capture method is just shooting a net gun and driving beside him, right? I'm just like, oh, that's okay, sure, why not? I mean, it works.
It works.
It does work, and then they actually did try to use that in practicality in real life.
Well,
I stand corrected.
Well, nowadays they got like on the cop cars, they got the thing that deploys down. You get right behind the car, and they fire it, and it fires pretty much a ratchet strap and wraps around the wheels.
Right. They're already using that here in Arizona, and it's already spreading to other states. But what they do is, but it's great because it's better than the old pit maneuver where they end up killing a bunch of people around them. So what it is the cop basically rear ends the bad guy's car, and when it does it shoots out a net which grabs onto the rear tires of the car, and it drags it to a stop, which is actually pretty good technology. But remember now, everybody, we're just on the cusp, on the edge of just a few years from now, where they'll be able to remotely shut down any car. They're already working on that now. In fact, they just passed a new law where they can monitor what you're listening to, what you're doing in your car, the way you're driving, and they can remote control shut it down. They actually just passed a law on that. So they won't need that much longer. But of course, anything can be hacked.
Have any of you seen Fast and Furious 2?
Tokyo Drift?
No,
that's the third one.
Oh, never mind. No.
I saw the first one or two. I wasn't a fan, but
because my point is that there is a technology in the second movie where the police officer shoots a gun and it does a electromagnetic pulse or something that stops the car or something in that movie, the second Fast and Furious movie.
Oh yeah, I saw the power.
I'd love to be able to do that to those cars that are next to me that are playing rap music really loud and shaking everybody's cars. I'd love to shoot an EMP in there and just fry their whole electrical system.
Now I feel bad every time I play Karen Black's Friday. I'm going to be driving down the street wondering if someone wants to turn off my car.
Or
Rebecca Black, not Karen Black. Karen Black.
Yeah,
is better.
Karen
was
Black. I
gonna
was going to
say.
say, I didn't know she's saying. I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, wow, that was a surprise.
And by the way, there was a low budget kind of a knockoff of this in the 80s. A low budget movie called Death Row Game Show.
And let me guess, a Canon Films movie too, right?
Ooh.
I don't remember. I haven't seen it in many years. But it's where if you're on death row, you can go on the game show. If you can win the game show, you're offered your freedom. But they use deadly games, obviously, on the game show. It was like a loose, like I said, rip off of this.
Yeah.
Well, my point is that Canon Films was famous for their cheap-looking movies and cheap-made movies.
Oh,
back in the
yeah.
80s. That's why.
Yeah, Monahim, Golem, Urim, Globus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what people.
So
call
here we
those
have-
movies. That's what made Chuck Norris's career was Canon Films.
Missing in action.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so-
Nemesis.
just as you were saying earlier about how the government and these Killian specifically uses manipulation and blackmail to get their contestants onto the show. Here's the scene where they're showing that with his two compatriots, Weiss, and the other character's name is eluding me. Or sorry, it's Weiss and...
Can we
I
move on
can't
from this
remember either
particular
as well.
frame? Thank you. I don't recall. I can look it up if you'd like.
Please do, Scotty. Thank you.
I hated that needle scene in this scene. I hated that. I don't care for needles.
No, but I like the
I re-
hypo spray technology that they it became a staple. Like this is also
Yes, they
present
did.
This is
Swine
present
flu. Oh, yeah. When I was in the Air
color.
Force, when they inoculated us, they used guns similar to this, and I have to say they're extremely painful. So they didn't. From what I've heard, they don't use them anymore because at the time they were touting them as the future of injections because they didn't have to use needles.
Lachlan.
But they were extremely painful. So yeah, they don't use them anymore.
Well, what was the difference between a needle and a gun that made it so painful?
Because what it did, it used high pressure air, and it forced the injection into your arm, into the blood. So a needle actually, it's like an easier way to get it in there into the. So imagine like a little BB, like a little small BB being shot into your arm. That's what it felt like. So it got to where you're begging for the needle.
Oh, the good old fashioned BB wars.
Yes.
Yeah, I've never been afraid of needles. I don't know why it never fazed me.
I'm fine as long as I don't look.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
I don't-
Well,
I
so do
don't
I.
stare at it, but I've never found it that bad. I mean, it just I
It's
guess
something-
I don't, it
well,
just doesn't bother
it's
me.
something that
I'm a
those that are,
baby.
a good friend of mine, he has a phobia. You just break out the needle even before you touch him, and he's passing out literally. So and
Okay.
it's too bad because
That's too bad.
it's sad because he was going to pursue a career in the medical field, and he decided maybe that wasn't for him.
Hmm.
But it's not something he has control over.
Yeah.
So it just happens to some people.
Oddly enough, he's a very prolific knitter.
Yeah. Oh, my favorite one there's a guy completely covered head to toe in tattoos, and he said he was afraid of needles.
Jeez.
Different kind of needle, though. But anyways, carrying on. So what we're seeing here is it's a weird juxtaposition of Richardson basically being forced into the contract and whatnot, and the girl listening to the news and them spreading the disinformation or the misinformation. Sorry,
She sees it
of the massacre. Yeah.
In fact, they
When
labeled
he-
it the Bakersfield Massacre, right?
Well, because he says that he shot two people in the airport when it was the security guards who did it, but they blame him, and she's like, "Well, that's not right.
Yes,
I was there. He didn't do that."
Right, exactly. This is where she's starting to realize that, hey, maybe he's innocent. Because remember at the beginning, she was listening to the news and she thought he was guilty, and that's why she put up a fight when he tied her up.
Well, and
So-
the way that they structure this movie is very interesting because obviously Arnold Schwarzenegger, Ben Richards, is going to be our hero, the person that we're rooting for. But Maria is our audience surrogate. So we get to sort of unravel the lies that have been presented to the general population of this world through her eyes. And so when she's like, I lived through that, and that is not how it happened. And that's one of the ways that Ben says to her, he's like, they've been lying to everyone forever, Amber.
Well, that's how I do like her character is open-minded enough and not totally brainwashed so badly that she can actually realize that something isn't right here when she starts to see what's actually going on. And, her character kind of flips and, sort of goes over to his side, and then she goes in and salvages through some of those recordings. And we find out later what that means, right?
But we also find out that she's also kind of a rebel in her own, because she has money, she has the recordings of music and books, and she has a piano, all of the stuff that isn't allowed by the system that,
right,
as Sif Dan had said earlier, he could have used to blackmail her, but he didn't. But once again, he couldn't blackmail her because he's a wanted criminal. Nothing he could say. He can just walk up to the police and be like, hey, this chick's got all this stuff. And they'd be like, oh, really? Why don't you come into the cell and talk to us about it?
Yeah, really. The thing is, he's a decent man, too, so I don't think he would have blackmailed her, even if he could have.
That's a good point.
It's a fun theory, but he won't do it. It's a fun theory.
Well, that's why, think about it. He's flying a chopper. He's the pilot. He's in control of the machine guns. They order him to literally swoop in and kill defenseless women and children and, men, of course, too, just because they're hungry, and he won't do it. He's like, fuck you. I'm not going to kill a bunch of, people,
Anyways, Pops, do you got anything to say, bud?
Yes. Here's where we get our introduction to their special effects or digital effects unit. So in here, it takes a whole room full of people to do the deep fake. And here's where they're actually manipulating live what's going on. Now it says roll process mod. So what they mean by this is modify the actual truth. And this is exactly what the press does now, as we all know. The press manipulates because they'll show certain things and not certain things, like with the George Floyd. They manipulate so that they can anger the public and get them to turn against people and divide. And that's the
against
whole point.
Each other, mainly.
Yes.
Yeah, both sides do it too, I think.
Even the homeless are watching the show.
I like the dancing girls. That was pretty cheesy.
Me too. Dude, I'm glad you said it.
And the choreographer for this was Paula Abdul-Jabbar.
Oh, really? Wow, that's fascinating, kind of. Gosh.
80s 20-minute workout outfits are kind of my favorite.
Well, it's interesting too because this predated reality TV, and she ended up hosting reality TV on, what is it? Show with Simon, one of those, something like that. Yeah,
Dancing with the Stars. Oh, American.
The one with Simon Cowell, whichever one that was. American Idol.
Hell's Kitchen.
Yeah.
No,
I don't know.
No, it was American Idol. Yeah, American Idol. Oh yeah, and America's Got Talent too. That one too. He was on that one.
Well, we're talking about Paula. We want to know.
Paula Abdul, yeah.
Yeah. She
I
danced
couldn't
with
remember
the cat once.
The choreography was quite good, actually, in the dance scene.
Totes.
Well, and it's funny because one of the things that we missed before the dance scene was when all the homeless people were betting, is that the police were still wandering through all of the homeless people, checking it out. So the police are even still in the pit dealing with them too.
Yes. It's the #1 television show in the whole wide world. Imagine the ratings, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, when you're government propaganda and you have one channel.
Yes.
Well, I live in Canada, so this could be the CBC with more violence.
We got CTV and Global and other channels too, though, Scotty, to be fair.
But this is obviously because of the way that in reference to the movie, this is a form of execution, and it is done for the entertainment of the masses. And so there must be ties, as we said. The military and the police, pretty much the same, both controlled by the government. Agreed.
And the media, of course,
which is also controlled by the corporations. Everyone understands this, and the media. I love this scene when he
Oh my-
signs the
Oh, yeah,
contract.
I
this
know
is
this is
great.
that's right. Yeah, that's why I had to highlight. This is perfect.
Oh, this is so
The-
beautiful.
Right,
And he
the
is a
guy-
backstabber too.
right, the guy- well, and the guy deserves it. The guy who hands him the contract deserves it because he's a snake.
Yeah, it's a brilliant scene.
Oh, I
There you
love
go.
that so much. Do you think he punctured his lung?
Oh
was
yeah,
so
he went deep
good.
enough for sure. He
Yeah.
definitely punctured a lung.
That's not. He's not. You're
And yet
gonna be
he's
in the
fine still.
hospital.
And yet he's fine.
He's
So he hasn't
not.
pulled the object. Don't ever pull it out. Just
No, wait
Don't
for
pull out,
wait for
it's- yeah.
paramedics. Yeah.
that's right.
The actor playing the sleazy lawyer or whatever the hell he is here, he was pretty good in that scene, actually.
I've seen him in other things. I really enjoy his performances, but he does again. He's another actor who does that role very well.
Well,
He-
yeah,
he-
like the sleazy lawyer in Jurassic Park. They fit. It's good
Yeah.
casting.
Yeah, plus I
Ah.
mean he was also in RoboCop 2.
Was he? Sweet.
Was he?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't
Yeah.
seen that.
Boogaloo.
Okay, wow.
See, everyone's happy.
Here he is milking the crowd, right? There's the
Oh,
old
yeah,
lady
lady.
sitting up front. By the way, that old lady, we'll see more of her on the bottom left.
She's
She's modeled after a real person in real life. There
Well,
was an
and
old
she-
lady who would go to all the game shows and talk shows, and they would highlight her. There was even a point where she came out with the novelty song that she sang. The only time we'll hear it now is if you watch or listening to something like Dr. Demento.
All right,
Wow.
can we
All right,
catch
go
up
ahead,
on chat
Scotty.
real quick?
Sure, thank you, Gorilla.
All right, Daniel says, "Wow, nothing like that in Canada yet." The keyword right there, Daniel, is yet. And welcome Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU.
Matt
Hey, Taylor Swift.
G.
Good to see you.
And Suzanne saying hello to you, PvP.
Oh, hello, Suzanne.
And yeah, he says hello. And Daniel says, if I was living in this world, I would be complaining that Running Man was on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, too.
Mhm.
They probably have reruns, I imagine.
Oh, yeah. The Running Man here reminds me of an Idiocracy, which I do got to add to the list.
Idiocracy.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Idiocracy,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Idiocracy.
okay.
Ouch, my balls. That's on 24/7.
Gorilla, whatever you've done so far, as long as I've met you, as long as I've known you, what you just said right there redeems all of it.
Right. Gorilla is the chat master for a reason.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Scurvy here says, I'm having white wine. Do you think they serve that in the game show?
Yeah.
No, they serve blood wine. Circa 23s. Was it 2307? There's no finer vintage. And
All
emphasis
right.
was blood wine.
Yeah, it's
We're all
probably made
cut up.
from the blood of the runners who have perished.
I can't wait to see them.
Here's where we have the digital redo of what actually happened. So this is where they went in with their digital editors and changed it to make it look like Ben Richards was the bad guy and fired down the crowd against orders.
Every time you say Ben Richards, I think of Reed Richards and Ben Grimm.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, Scotty.
Yeah, Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
And Stephen King might have been thinking that as he snorted a few lines when he wrote the book. Because
Hey.
that character's name is directly from the book.
Hmm.
I'm never going to let up on Stephen King and his cocaine fiendish fix.
Yeah, plus Pop, did you do research on how true the book and the movie are different? But in the book, the Richards character ran across the country to earn a lot of money for his family. Is that correct?
Yes, they told him the old plot that they had his wife and kid held hostage, and if he makes it to the other end, they were rewarded by how long they survived. Like one day you win a certain amount, another day a certain amount. And at one point in the book, he found out that he had made it, and it lasted longer than everyone else. There's a little bit more in the book, which I'll touch on later as we get through a little further in the movie. But yes, it is similar, except in the book, they used his wife and child as bait.
So they didn't have a game show? He was just running cross country?
I think
Yes.
they filmed it.
They had
Wow,
his wife and child as bait, right?
That's totally different then. Wow.
Yes.
And the more he ran, the more money they got too.
I'm kind of glad they didn't go with the running cross the country thing though, because I'd be thinking of Forrest Gump or something if if I was watching that. So
Well, like I mentioned at the beginning of this movie went through 3 or 4 directors before they hired Paul Michael Glaser, Starsky from Starsky and Hutch. One of the directors, his idea was he wanted to film the whole thing in a shopping mall. They didn't like that. Arnold Schwarzenegger didn't like that. But that's kind of where they got the idea, and also to keep the budget down of filming it in levels like we see in the actual movie. So what we got is like a conglomeration of the different directors and their ideas through the production process. Because like I said, Paul Michael Glaser wasn't hired until about a week before shooting began.
I thought it was cool that he directed this film because obviously, I've seen enough Starsky and Hutch to remember him because I kind of like that show. Haven't seen all of it, but I like some of the episodes I watched.
Yeah, same here at PvP. Us old guys, we remember.
Yeah, it was a good show.
Right, that old good old Gran Torino, that red one with the white stripe.
Oh yeah.
Was this the director's first movie, or did he have experience in other movies besides the TV show?
This was his first movie. Everything was TV before this.
All right, just a second, everybody. Welcome, Dadman Walking 55.
Hello there. Good to see you. Yeah, glad you could join us. But I want to show you guys this too. Let me go back. I want to highlight that. Now, notice that they're showing the view of the massacre on the monitors for the audience. Everybody's watching. And then I thought this is a nice way here. Watch the audience, their reaction. They all they hit like a tennis match. That's how programmed they are with the propaganda. They watch everything that is pointed in front of their face.
It's beautiful.
Right. It shows how dumb they are, just like reality, unfortunately.
Oh, it's like every scene. They're like a bunch of clapping seals just following, their instructions, and it's so brainwashed. It's like it's crazy,
Yeah.
It's also mob mentality. The mob is only as smart as the dumbest one there is.
Yes.
Yeah, more like herd mentality, kind of.
Totally. We get the introduction to Ben Richards' character, the butcher of Bakersfield, and the audience goes wild because they've all been seeing him on the news.
That's right. And hail, Jamalama. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, hello.
Oh, no wonder you guys wouldn't be quiet. I was muted. I was about to say, welcome, Jamalama.
Yeah, welcome. Good to see you. And it's funny, the audience are even shouting out, "Kill him!" They've already got the audience totally believing it, of course.
Before we do move on, I just do want to point out that Paul Michael Glaser did also direct a Sinbad movie from 1996 called Shazam. Wait, hang on. No. It's a Shaquille O'Neal movie called Kazam.
Yes, I was going to say, right? Right, the old
the old Mandela effect.
Yeah, the Mandela effect. Everybody thought they saw that movie. That was funny.
No, but that's crazy that I can't believe that either Starsky or Hutch, he directed Kazam. That's crazy.
Was it any good?
I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I know it's legendary.
And I do have to point out, since then, he has been Me Too'd.
Right? That's the one with Shaq, right?
Yeah, that's the one with Shaq.
It's awful. Yeah, don't waste your time. Please don't.
Well, okay, if it has Shaq in it at all, don't waste your time.
Well, I don't know. The LA Lakers seem to like him.
What, you don't like Shaq Fu? Anyways, carry on.
No, I never had a Sega.
Right. Think about it, guys. I mean, what movie starring a basketball player that was good? I mean, come on.
Airplane with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Next.
Yeah, exception, right. Yeah, and that's because he wasn't the star.
You asked for one.
Yes, you're right. You are right, Scotty. There you go. Good example.
Hops, you got roasted on that one.
There was that
I like Space Jam.
They had that original one with the basketball. There was a Looney Tunes one.
Terrible movie.
I am so sorry for derailing the entire conversation. Meanwhile, back at the Running Man.
That's right.
Yeah.
Back with the stylish Kill Bill suit.
Here's what they're saying.
Jumpsuits are dope.
Right, now they're saying that they're announcing to the audience that Ben Richards is going to fight for his life for freedom from prison. And they're all listening to the announcer talking over. And there we get our previous year's winners, Whitman, Price, and Haddad.
Yeah, this is great.
in Maui.
It's like, yeah, they're just. I mean, they're prisoners. They won a contest, so now they're all in Maui. Getting it on with beautiful, ladies. It's like, yeah, it's totally believable.
But you could tell that it was
Right.
a set, though, immediately. Like, even just
Oh,
because it was the same
oh,
shot. So you're just like, oh,
yeah.
something about this is suspicious immediately.
Oh,
Right.
I
And
totally
what's
knew it was
interesting,
fake.
right? And what's interesting is that set. What that set reminds me of. Have you guys seen that video clip where CNN did the same thing a few years ago, where they said they were in the war zone in Iraq or something, and they were an actual set, and they got caught for doing that. They
Oh,
were
really?
using a green screen. Yeah, the reporters,
I think
and it
I
looked
missed
just
that
like
one.
that. Yeah,
Are
it
you
had
sure
a
that's
desert
not
time
just
frame.
from the movie Wag the Dog?
Nope, it was an actual CNN interview.
Okay.
Wow.
Yep. And here we get the host of the show hyping up the introduction to Ben Richards.
I love this. When I was a kid, this is the reason that I got so excited about this movie and why it stuck into my brain. I love this slide.
The slide
I
is
love-
magnificent.
I love the cage that he gets put in and then he has to go like luge. And it's
Yeah,
just
because-
cool. I would
yeah.
love to do that.
It's all
That's
right. I would
good.
love to do that.
Yeah. Well,
And so,
Go
I was just
gonna say the slide is awesome, but the luge tunnel that he flies down is even more awesome because it's just mind-bogglingly, cool. It's great scene.
Well, and
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate for seeing movies in a movie theater because the big
Oh, me
screen and
too.
it has 100% of your attention, the sound. It's like it's all dark around you, all eyes on screen, and I love it when I'm in a movie theater and I can actually feel the motion of what is being presented on screen. It doesn't
Yeah.
happen very often. It takes a very good cinematographer to make me feel that. And this is one of those things that I wish I could see in a theater to feel that because I love the slide.
Right.
And so-
This is where Ben Richards realized they got his good friend. I don't remember, but it's Yaphet Kotto, obviously.
Yes, his name
Unwillingly,
is Lachlan.
Thank you. And they've got him captured, and he does not look very comfortable.
And
Him and
surprise,
Reese.
surprise, he lied. Surprise, surprise.
Right. And here's where she's doing a little investigating here. They look like Atari cartridges.
They do.
One
They-
thing I wondered is why didn't they have this stuff locked, behind secure doors or something? Because it's pretty damaging information. She just walks
Right.
in and picks
She
it.
just
Right?
happens to wander in and find it, of
It's
course.
plot
Yeah.
reasons. That's why it's plot reasons.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
plot
but
reasons.
still, I thought, well, that's a little bit, a little bit
Convenient.
dumb,
Convenient.
a
She's
little bit
been
dumb, really.
clandestine. Like it's not
I'm
like it
being
was an
picky.
easy
I know I'm
thing.
being picky, but still,
Hey,
Yeah.
you could ask similar questions on almost just about every movie there. Why was
I know the movie has to happen. I know.
So one of my points sorry, Gorilla, I'll get right to you. But the slide, one of the whole things about the whole simulation, I believe, is just to add a level of disorientation to the contestants,
Makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah,
right?
totally.
all right? But
And then my question is, did they ever specify, or the stalkers, how they became stalkers?
Yeah, they're previous contestants, aren't they?
Yeah, they're more like they're the
Yeah, they
winners
are.
that stayed.
Right. Right, because they offered Ben Richards that towards the end.
hmm
Okay,
They signed on. In other words, they signed on a contract.
Yes.
Yeah. Like Sub-Zero and Laser.
Right. These where we get an introduction to the stalkers, which are like over the top.
They're amazing. These are so awesome.
And you know what happens then? Anything goes. And we got the old lady, of course.
Thank you very much.
all right,
It's Kathleen
we got
Kennedy,
a
everybody.
lot of chats. Oh, if that's Kathleen Kennedy, this movie's getting an F.
Oh,
Right.
please.
Daniel says,
Only actor. She's only an actor.
I have a friend that tells me that the future looks more like Rayman or Mad Max than Star Trek, and that kind of creeps me out. No, our future's gonna look like a boy and his dog.
Yeah, I
Damn it.
wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, damn it says loved this movie. Yeah, damn it says how do you Scurvy hates.
I'm glad you enjoyed, Dad, man. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, beat out chocolate creme pie in the Mrs. Pole today. And Damon says, good to see you all. Saw the movie title, loved Richard Dawson.
Same here.
And Scurvy here says, oh, okay, I have been there and I don't exist. So early in the morning, Dad, man. And then Jamalama says, hey to everyone.
Hey.
And Daniel says, I still like to think that as long as we got these types of movies warning us about what could happen, as long as we got whistleblowers in these topics, as maybe this won't happen. Daniel,
you can always hope, but unfortunately, I don't know.
Daniel, you'd hope they'd serve as warnings, but they're using them as instruction manuals.
Yeah,
right,
really.
like 1984.
Well, when do the scientists and governments ever listen to these great sci-fi movies that predict things so accurately? It's actually scary a lot of the time. They just, like Gorilla said, they're like instruction manuals, right?
Yeah.
Well, and people fantasize and fetishize them too, right? Like this is a whole subgenre to preteen girls, like the dystopian future hero thing, like that. It's its own thing in literature, right? So we worship and idolize this in a way, which in itself is bringing us closer to this.
Right, and when you think about it, we actually now, due to social media and TikTok, for example, we've got a huge portion of the population, especially Gen Z, who are looking forward to this sort of environment and living like this. They're actually excited. The crime, the dystopian, all the corruption, they're actually into that stuff, and it's really sad.
Yeah.
But propaganda is very, very effective these days.
Pops, was it the Terminator that made that his famous phrase, "I'll be back"? Was that the Terminator that made that quote famous from him?
Right, in the police station.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's
T2
in a bunch of his movies.
T1.
T2.
Yeah. Well,
he
says that in this movie too, right?
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out which movie actually made it his signature line. In other words, was it the Terminator that made that his signature line, or what?
Yes.
Like I believe it was Terminator 2. Scotty, am I wrong? Was this not I'll be back when he comes to the police station and he drives it through?
That's Terminator.
That's the first one? All right.
Yeah.
Pops, you were correct.
Well, because
Terminator films are huge, so that makes sense, right?
When he did that scene, him and James Cameron argued, and Arnold Schwarzenegger did not want to say "I'll be back." They tried a few different lines, but James Cameron wanted "I'll be back," and they argued, but Arnold Schwarzenegger finally gave in and said it, and then it became his trademark, pretty much. That and "Hasta la Vista" later on.
Well, and Arnold sort of feared it because he had a thick accent. He could not say it right too. That's why.
Right, that's another thing you'll notice. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Is you guys will notice over the years, he's now a lot more understandable. Originally, like his very first movie, Hercules, in New York, you could barely understand a word that he said. His accent was so thick. So I remember, for me, it was hard to. I didn't like him in his early movies because I practically needed subtitles. But he finally wore on me. I was able to understand it. And of course, now he's a lot more legible, I guess you could say.
Yeah, and now Schwarzenegger has a problem how his English is actually better than his native Austrian now.
Austrian. He's still full fluent in Austrian.
Yeah, but from what he says, it's hard for him to speak a little bit because since he's been in America so long, he's used to English instead of his native language.
Okay, gotcha.
I really like this little back and forth
Killian,
here between him and Killian.
Right, he says, "I'll be back," and Killian says, "Only in a rerun."
That's true.
All right, we got a couple more chats here.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Here, Daniel says, "I am an optimist." Here, well, I'm the realist guy. Where you got the optimist says that the glass is half full, the pessimist says it's half empty, then you got the realist going, "I think this is pee."
Well, Daniel did say try to be an optimist.
Yeah.
So,
well, exactly. I'm not saying give up totally, and it's good to be an optimist.
I don't think.
But I'm a realist. Right.
I'm a pessimist. Don't get anywhere. I'm a realist too. I try to be.
Yeah.
Right.
Jama Lamas is my kind of person here. He gives this movie.
There he goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, Jamalama, if you read the book, feel free to add notes in the chat of differences between this and the book if you'd like, because I have not read the book myself.
Yeah. Yeah, just so you
Neither
know,
have I. That would be
Jamalama,
greatly appreciated.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
haven't
so you
read
know,
it either.
Jamalama, I give an F to everything. Just so, but he loves this book so much that he does this movie stuff to like it. Then goes,
But-
I saw this post from Jill. Happy to be here.
It is an F based on literary grounds, though, so I guess it has, that credibility at least, right?
Yeah, Scurvy, she tagged all the people on the panel on a post here for us.
Oh, Jill's
Yeah.
on the chat? What?
Yeah, she had
Hello.
a community post with the link to this.
Hello, Jill. Good to see you.
I wasn't
Hope
paying
you're doing-
attention. Hi, Jill.
Hope you're doing well. Having a great night, Jill.
Hi,
I'll
Jill.
show-
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Wait, is she here? Oh no,
I don't know. I'm just going by what you guys said. Did you say Jill? I never
She
heard
had
Jill.
it. She had it on she made a community post.
Oh,
okay. Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, and Shaq will endorse any product. Shaq made quite a bit of money off endorsements. Yeah, well, it's a name people knew.
Well, and he knew his. I'll just say he knew his target audience.
Well, I was gonna say he doesn't run his mouth like some of these people do.
Yeah, now they're at I don't know.
A fever
I don't want to
pitch.
say names. Now they're like loathsome, especially the new popular guy. I don't remember his name, but God, he's god awful. It makes me pray for the days of Shaq and all the old days.
And Scurvy
So
said,
this was a beautiful effect scene. I really like the tunnel scene here.
yeah.
Oh, that looks so fun.
Well, here and Scurvy says, yes, he will take money to do anything. The Edge of Time said, the Game of Death, and welcome Edge of Time, welcome.
Yeah.
Time, name of a Bruce Lee movie.
Yeah, welcome Edge of Time here. Scurvy here says, hail to Edge of Time.
Agreed.
And
Also, I would like to say at this juncture, just having seen Weiss going down the wicked awesome slide, that is who I would be.
yeah.
I would be Weiss.
Yes, agreed.
All right, we still got.
I would have a big smile on my face. I know they've got a lot of G's hitting them, but that's my kind of thing. I would love it.
But
Yeah.
you know you're going to your imminent demise.
Well, they don't know where they're going, but they know it's not. They know they're not going to hit a brick wall, but they know that obviously that they're going to be they don't know what I like. It's like.
Well, they've heard of the show. They know what's on. It's the #1 television show in the world, man.
They
Right.
probably don't
That's right.
expect. They're not expecting to be going to Maui anytime soon, I'm guessing.
Well, they're
Right.
hoping, but whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
All right.
And also, the stop is sudden.
That was kind of cool, actually, the net.
Hey, John Malama was asking if anybody's read the book this is loosely based on.
I
No.
have not.
No, but
No,
I have
not
heard of
me.
it. I have.
I can't read.
All right, and Scurvy says white wine makes me hypercritical of celebrities. Oh, I don't need wine for that. And welcome, Adam Gray.
Hello. Welcome. Good to see you.
He said white wine is greater than white wine.
Hello. And is anybody else paid attention to like the other hidden information here? Like what do you guys think Substat is? Or what do you think the other massacre was?
Bakersfield.
Oh, right.
Or no, wait, both of those are the massacres of the same thing. One's the raw unedited footage and the other one's the actual edited footage. My
Oh, that makes
apologies.
sense. That makes sense.
Exactly right.
Yeah,
And
and
then for television is that right? That's the deep fake, I guess you could say, or whatever, where they made it look like he was the butcher Bakersfield.
actually, what is the massacre of the original footage?
Yes.
Yes.
Bad joke, but I just had to do it.
Digital video.
like-
Oh, yeah. That's everything now.
Well, and it's interesting that you bring up the cartridges because this is even the production of this movie. It predates even CDs because there
Yeah.
was a while there where everything, if you needed like a file or a video or something, you would find it on a CD. And
Yes.
this is still like tapes.
And yes, and there
Right,
was
this is pre-floppies and everything.
right, and there
Exactly,
was
it's cartridges.
well, they had floppies, but they were 5 1/4 inches. They were really big, and they held very little. But what I was going to say is, Scotty, you're right. CDs were popular for the audio because they were the step out of analog tape like cassette and 8-track and everything. But there was a very short period, very short. I don't know if you guys remember. There was experimental technology called CDI, and that was where they started putting video on CDs. But the technology wasn't quite there. It couldn't hold a lot of video. So the technology died. A few companies invested into it and failed and went out of business. And then we were introduced to DVDs in that order.
So
one of the things we haven't.
So
Go
an
ahead.
early version of the DVD, in other words, pops.
Right, very early version, right?
So one of the things I don't think we've mentioned. Sorry, Pop. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to mention the cinematography and all the different angles just in this scene alone, which I understand why they had to do it, but it works out really well with just the juxtaposition where it's like they're looking down at Arnie and Weiss, whereas like they're looking up and you see the blindfolded dudes and they're pulling you out. Like it's just tying back to what Scotty and I were talking about. It would be terrifying. Like, right? You're heading to your certain doom. Like, what an entrance.
Yep, I agree.
Plus
And this is great here. Here's what hyping the crowd on the stalkers.
Yeah, plus it
And
goes
she's
back
crying. She's so excited she's crying. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, plus it goes back to the faceless mob mentality too.
Oh yeah.
Well, we're doing it for ratings. Don't forget, all of this is for ratings.
Oh, like that never happened before.
What's your viewer
Exactly.
count? What are you? How many subscribers do you have? We should murder somebody. No, you shouldn't. Please don't.
We need no red brums, no red brooms, none of that, Scotty.
And of course,
I
now we have
reeled myself in as soon as I said it.
You
And now we
did.
have-
You did very well.
Thank you, sir.
and we have the mob placing their bets.
But while you are watching this commentary, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Come on, Pop
Yes.
Culture Curator's the bomb, yo.
Thank you, Scotty. Yeah, if you're not so offended, yeah, please consider hitting sub to my channel.
Definitely do. Pop puts out a lot of quality content, whether it's his Lost in Space, Gilligan's Island, and of course these streams as well. Please subscribe.
And this is funny where she gets to pick a stalker and she's so excited and she's in tears. And she even says, well, my husband and my little boy had their favorites. So everybody, even little kids watch the show. It's like totally no censorship whatsoever.
So who do we pick? Who do we pick? Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero.
I'm surprised Mortal Kombat didn't come after for that one.
This was before Mortal Kombat.
True.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
And now our first stalker of the evening, says the host or the announcer.
Was he James Bond as well?
I don't know. I got to see his face.
You talking about the actor?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Hold on, let me get a look at his face.
I think the actor you're thinking of.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Absolutely. Yeah. He was
Was
in
he
a lot
Yeah,
of
it's Odd
movies at
Job.
the time.
Was he a Goldfinger?
No.
Yeah,
Isn't he
Odd
Odd
Job.
Job?
Yeah, it's Odd Job. Thank you, Nemesis. Yeah, he was in a lot of movies at the time as
He
a
would
bad
have been
guy.
a Goldfinger then, right? Because that's
Yeah,
Odd Job.
no,
Yeah.
that is
I think
not. That is
it was
not
one
Odd
of those.
Job. The actor's name
No,
is
no, you're right.
Professor Toru Tanaka, and he is
Yes.
best known for Last Action Hero, Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Dark Man, and The Running Man, according to IMDb. He
Yes,
was not in Goldfinger. I was going to say he was in Austin Powers. But
I apologize.
He's not that guy either.
Yeah,
so
I confused him
we're
with
all
someone
racist.
else.
The guy in Goldfinger would have
We're all
been
racist.
he would have been much older at this point, so that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, he did pass away, sadly, in 2000. He was
And-
70
Yeah, Dan.
years old.
So he would have been very old when this movie.
Hey, guys,
came out.
let Dan talk.
And if memory serves, he was in the Action Hero too. He played the butler, didn't he?
Last Action Hero?
His credit in Last Action Hero is Tough Asian Man.
So the butler, then, yeah.
I guess.
I mean,
I
I think he was one that answered the door in that movie.
Oddly enough, in Pee-wee's Big Adventure, he also plays a butler. So maybe he made his career as being
playing
that
servants?
guy who as being that guy who kind of looks like the other guy who was in Goldfinger.
He does. That's why I feel bad. I mistook the two.
Nah, it's fine. He made his money.
Yeah, and in these movies, they also recycle a lot of the same actors. They do recycle them.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. There's a lot of connections here between this and Predator and a lot of movies at the time.
He played the wrestler in Alligator 2, The Mutation.
And so here we have a narrator of the show also, who is supposedly a seasoned veteran stalker.
Captain Freedom.
Yes. Did somebody just pop in?
Nemesis.
Oh, Nemesis, welcome back.
Hi.
Yeah, Captain Freedom in name only.
But Divinity is
Once again, just a beautiful shot, right? Like,
yeah. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I'm surprised. I am impressed with the production of it, because at times it does look like television, and I think it's appropriate for the theme of the film. But at other times, it does portray a gritty reality, and I think that's what grounds the realism of the film, while also, like, there are as mentioned before, heady sort of prophetic things to come. And the reason that it's poignant is because if this was a goofy, flat, like RoboCop 2, like this movie is better than RoboCop 2. And
yeah,
I think that's okay to say.
Yeah, RoboCop was good, but yeah, I'd say this is a little bit better.
This is a much more dynamic film. It's in its creativity of shot. Like, I really enjoy this.
Oh yeah, right? Like, even just looking at that, just the angle, and then the one shot where it's all blurred, and then it just pans out, and it shows the really cool hockey net track. And then that right there, the top-down panning shot with the lights looks really beautiful, and even just how Killian there is lit.
Look at this! How funny this is. He's handing out prizes, and he says, "Oh, look at this! An ICS home video. Look at the size of those cassette tapes."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now things are so small.
Yeah, and DVD. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
They look like VHS or something.
Well, they were. Those were those. In fact, those were pre-VHS. They were big betas.
All right, guys, we got live chats.
Betas were tinier than VHS, though, Bob.
All right, we should catch up on the chats.
So I'm not talking about Betamax. I'm talking about what the movie studios used to use. There were these big, bulky videotapes.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't remember the name, but yeah.
I'll come up with it shortly.
Well,
go ahead, Gorilla.
All right, so Daniel
they were a cartridge. They were a cartridge.
Yeah. So Daniel, what's the point of the dog? It's a movie that's set after a nuclear apocalypse there, and that boy and his dog are traveling across the desert, and then they end up in this underground bunker where the people live like kings.
Don Johnson, the guy who did the voice for Kit, is the voice of the dog Blood, and it also has Jason Robards. It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure you can find it easily on YouTube for $0.
Based on the book by Harlan Ellison.
Agreed.
And John Malama says, if you haven't read it by Stephen King under the name Richard Bachman, it's a great book, much more serious. Then Scurvy here says, Adam Gray, LOL. And Dempsey says, thanks, John Malama. Autumn. And Daniel says, this was funny when Arnold said, here is Sub-Zero, now just plain Zero.
Chill.
And
what killed the dinosaurs?
We'll get there.
And Daniel says, why are Gen Z waiting for this? Don't they know that maybe enslaved and abused? Something's wrong with these kids, wouldn't you agree?
They're even looking forward to jobs being replaced by robots, believe it or not. They're actually looking forward to that. That just shows how backwards they are.
How are they going to earn a living? Are they just going to
Oh,
go
because
on
that's the
welfare.
generation where mom and dad give them everything, and they're entitled to everything, and they deserve everything.
Yeah, but
Hey,
mom
I
and dad
resemble
won't
that.
always be there.
Right.
And John Malama says it's because of that's a lot iconic line, lol, the I'll be back.
Yeah.
Social John Malama says social engineering is a hell of a thing.
Social reengineering is what
Yeah.
Disney calls it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not even hiding the fact of what they're doing.
They're not anymore.
Nope.
Yeah,
And he's gone.
Adam
That's
Gray
a great
says
scene.
Adam Gray says we're already enslaved and abused. And
the audience is heartbroken because the bad guys got killed.
Yeah. Edge of
Just
Time
horrified.
Edge of Time
Go ahead, Gorilla.
Edge of Time said read it there. And we're getting pizzas from Taylor Swift.
Thanks.
Gen Z kids are mad if they want these times to come. Oh, I could have told you that. And John Malama says, it's serious in tone, dystopic future. It is like a game show of sorts, but not this kind of studio spectacle. No
Gotcha.
collection of comic book villains. I'm going to jog my memory. It's been 30 years probably.
If you and the obligatory, if you haven't seen The Running Man recently, you should check it out because it's kind of spooky.
Yeah. And Daniel says, it's Odd Job. It looks like Odd Job.
You guys are racists.
I sure am.
Hey, Scotty, I'm not
What up?
prejudiced. I hate everybody.
Yeah, me too, yo.
So, Edge of Time says, my hero, Zero. Then, Edge of Time says, Richard Bachman lives on a dairy farm in New Jersey and other tall tales.
Yeah,
I met his brother
cocaine
Turner.
in Maine.
I met his brother Turner, and we went on an
Turner
overdrive.
Bachman. Yeah, but he actually lives in a pile of cocaine in Maine.
Nice.
Yeah. Suzanne says, thanks for the gift set and go pop. And John Malama says he chooses to do the show to earn money for his wife and deathly ill daughter. He's chased by a group of hunters and cops, all on the lookout. His actions spark a revolution. It's one of King's best.
And that's sort of what I said.
Yeah.
I haven't read it, but if it's good, if you guys are recommending it, then I'll check it out.
All right, we're all caught up.
Thank you. And here's where we get a reference to one of my favorite shows, Gilligan's Island. Well, you're going to get that with reruns of Gilligan's Island. And he's like, what? Yeah, the one with the boat.
Yeah.
That was hilarious. I
Yeah.
gotta say.
Yeah, this is the one thing I was going to point out. Like, did you hopefully you got that? Like, very few people recognize Gilligan's Island there. And you went all the way back to the 60s with the reference.
Well, what it's funny, too, is because at the time, he was playing on Hogan's Heroes, which was a competitor of Gilligan's Island. They were both on the same network, though, CBS.
Yeah.
Well, you got to think. This is in 2017, right? So they're still talking about it, even to this day, or at least he is.
Well,
Yeah,
no, but
and
this is
just
what
like
I think
they
is
will,
really.
right?
What I
Go
think
ahead,
is really
Scotty.
funny about this is that culturally, no one knows. He has to explain in the movie what Gilligan's Island is because he makes a reference to Gilligan's Island, and whoever he's talking to has no idea. It's the same thing with Nick Fleet.
He had a
Well,
slim
if I may finish my thought,
Go ahead.
when Mick Fleetwood says, "Mr. Spock, you have the con," and then someone says, "Who is Mr. Spock?" Like there is an implication in the world of the Running Man that the history, the pop culture history, has been erased. The young people don't know about it. It isn't a touchstone or commonly known cultural reference. There is one television show, and it's called The Running Man. That's it. And if you stray outside of it, then you're obviously subversive, which it's an under the surface thing that I really appreciate about this play.
So only the older people.
Pop, hang on, PvP.
I just want to make a comment eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Pop, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so yeah, he's referring to only the old people remember. Go ahead, PvP.
I don't think it's just being old people. I think if you're a member of the elite, like our lovely game show host is here, you have access to all of these programs, whether digitally or in some kind of archive over some kind of internet, which you have to access with a high security code, obviously, if you want to watch these old shows. And I'm sure members of the high elite have access to all of the cultural, entertainment from many, many, many decades previously. But of course, that is totally unavailable to the lesser average folks, because the elite doesn't want them to know about it.
Agreed, because he's been in the business for 30 years. So he, once again, tying back to what Pop said about the old gang, right? He is aware, and he's part of the driving force that has shifted it away from Gilligan's Island to the Running Man, as Scotty said.
All right,
well, just one more quick point. The thing is, why they don't want the general population to know about it is because, programs like Star Trek might actually give people ideas, that might elevate their thinking. And they don't want that in this world, do they?
No. Agreed. Good observation.
All right, I got a question. Do you think they put that Gilligan's Island line in there kind of as a joke against Richard Dawson?
Possibly,
Yes,
I doubt it was in the book. I don't think it was against Richard Dawson, but
yeah.
But you
it's
said
not like they yelled Hogan.
Right.
Yeah, but it's like you said, Hogan's Heroes was a big competitor against Gilligan's Island. So I wonder if they kind of put that in there as like a nod and a joke to Richard Dawson.
Yeah, inside joke, in other words.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's funny because it's just like when they referred to it in Galaxy Quest. The audience, everybody knows what Gilligan's Island is.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a cultural milestone that will be remembered for a long time. We're getting our vote for the next stalker.
So many choices, he can't choose.
This
So
guy's
they had
hilarious.
To go with two of them.
He's hilarious, this guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Oscar-nominated actor Paul Giamatti.
Here we have two.
Talking to?
And it's funny, he says, here we have two hard asses. That's another thing is when Richard Dawson signed on for the role, he said no foul language. So there's only a couple times where you'll hear him use words like this.
Does he drop an F-bomb in this? I forget.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Arnie does, but I don't think Dawson does.
But it's one of those things when you see a sort of a personality, a cultural personality, and I think that Richard Dawson was a cultural personality for a time, akin to a Bob Barker. But when you say, like, when Bob Barker said, "The price is wrong, bitch," you were like, "Oh, Bob Barker swore." And so I was just curious. It didn't register with me when I saw the movie. I thought he said a swear. I don't recall.
Certain actors or comedians have a certain type of persona they try to maintain. That's why they rarely use swearing, I think.
Agreed. I don't have that problem.
It also depends what the actor wants to show their audience, too.
Right. I agree. My favorite comedians are the ones that don't use foul language.
That is fair. That is fair.
At least in public, at least.
Well, fuck all that noise, Silent Bob. Sorry about the swear. Anyway,
swear. Jesus.
So I can't remember what kind of blade was on that thing.
Chainsaw. It was a steel.
No,
it was supposed to be able to cut through anything.
Yeah, but they had a special name for the blade on the chainsaw.
Buzzsaw?
Oh, I'm sorry if I didn't catch it on the slide.
A diamond blade chainsaw or something?
I was busy swearing. I'm sorry. I forget.
Yeah, it was a triple something.
Way to go, Scotty.
I know. I messed up everything.
Maybe like titanium.
It's a good thing you're handsome.
Yeah, but I thought they made it.
Thank you.
I thought they went out of the way to say the man with the chainsaw that can cut through anything. They actually mentioned what the chains were made out of.
Got it.
To make a point.
Okay.
They do.
Yeah.
And do you want us to look it up, Gorilla?
I don't remember.
Oh,
You could try. I don't know if you're gonna find it. So here's where
Can
we
you
have
put the
What's
Amazon
beginning?
link
Sorry.
in the chat?
here's where we have his assistant, that lady on the left, telling him that they caught Maria's character going through the records and everything. Remember the girl who was with Richards in the airport? They just caught her downstairs. She was pulling up the Bakersfield video. So here's when they decide, oh, really? Well, let's add her as one of the contestants.
Oh yeah.
It shows his sadistic side of him too.
Dynamo.
Oh, it's a good way to just get rid of a spy and right? Like it's just like, oh, look who volunteered. Get rid of her.
Yeah, and fun fact: the actor or the guy that played that character, he actually can sing, as far as I know.
Yeah, he's a famous opera singer. He wasn't even an actor, and he also died shortly after the movie was filmed. He was dead by the time it came out to theaters.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yep, I think it was a heart attack.
Well, and it's something where I was just gonna make fun of him because I was like, I hate Dynamo. F Dynamo. I'm glad he died. But like that is the purpose, and I hate to be like basic, but that is the purpose of a good actor, he is a villain. He is a henchman. I am supposed to hate him. And Erland von Leith did do a good job at presenting Dynamo as a guy that I did not like. And so thank you for your service, Erland.
Right, and he does die in an entertaining way. And here's where they wheel her up. They've now captured her.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
And here it comes.
And now they've already manipulated the videos here. And the announcer is really milking the lies.
Well, and also Gorilla. This is what happens on every episode of the early Family Feud in the 80s, is that some strong man holds a woman against her will, and Richard Dawson kisses her.
Yeah. So it's a surprise kiss.
Exactly, yes.
But I found it. It's a Trillium-coated Durasteel.
Thank you.
Okay.
You beat me to it. Good job, bud.
Just gotta know how to Google their nemesis.
So here's where they're making a bunch of lies about her. So here's the announcer's line about her, saying she's got a criminal record.
She
cheated on her college exams. Right? Oh my God, the worst.
Worst of all, she had sexual relations with at least 2 or 3 men in a year. How dare she?
Oh, shut
She met Mad Dog Ben Richards.
No, it's funny. Do you think they already had the script like pre-written? Do you think they had that? Do you think they had it pre-written and just pulled a random file out, or did they just make it up on the spot?
Make it up on the spot. Yeah, because they caught her going through the tapes.
Yeah. No, but I thought maybe they'd have like a pre-planned thing in case they caught someone. They could go, here, just use this one.
I think the announcers used to ad-libbing.
What's the famous quote? If the legend is going to sell better than the truth, print the legend.
And sensationalize.
Yeah.
Or certain YouTubers.
Or if you tell a big enough lie, it becomes true.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you tell the same lie often enough, it also becomes true.
Yes.
Well, and a lie will travel around the world before the truth can even put on its shoes.
And by the time people believe it, it's nearly impossible to unconvince them of what the actual truth is.
But that's what I enjoy about this movie, and that's what keeps bringing me back to it, is the commentary of everything that is being presented. Like, can you imagine going to your death to the roaring of crowds that want to see people kill you?
Just think of ancient Rome.
Well,
yes.
There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the gladiators.
Been there in history before. That's the one reason I like this movie so much.
Well, and
what's the difference between this and modern day like football and we have our matadors with the bulls? I mean, come on, it's almost the same, right?
UFC. Right,
oh,
like
man.
it's only our morals that set in place us from these people.
Well, that's like sports are kind of a more toned down form of warfare, basically, right?
I appreciate what you're saying, Nemesis, but this isn't about individual morals. This is about social acceptance of what you like. What is entertainment? These people are fighting for their lives, and throngs of people are taking great pleasure in hoping that they fail in death.
So in other words, the moral decay of the community happens.
Well, exactly, and it's what this society has been raised on versus like what we're raised on, and it's very small. It's not going to take much for real world to slip into this realm and allow this to just become kind of a social norm, right? The de-evolution of our society could be portrayed just like this one in time. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
this,
that
film,
makes sense.
this film reminds me a lot of Rollerball, if you guys remember that film at
Oh,
all.
yeah.
It's got a lot
James
of
Caan.
similarities.
Rest
Yeah,
in
James-
peace, Norman Jewison.
Yeah,
Good
and
director.
it's half
Right,
true
and-
today.
Right.
All this stuff,
Go ahead, Dan.
and it's half true. All this stuff right now.
Right. And by the way, when PvP mentioned the rollerball, the original, not the remake. I have to
Yeah, the
The original.
1980s one, right? The 1980s
No.
one.
The original.
70s, I think it was.
70s, I believe.
Yeah, PvP.
I
I saw it at the drive-in with Carrie, the Stephen King's Carrie. It was a
Oh,
co-hit.
nice.
Oh, cool.
Crazy.
Wow, that's lucky guy. Boy, wish I could have seen that in a big screen.
Meanwhile, back at the Running Man.
Yeah, like I
That's
mentioned before, my mom was
1975, by the way. I just want to,
yeah,
update.
my mom was a big horror fan, so yeah, we went to see everything at the drive-in. Yeah, like I said, Exorcist, all of it.
Drive-ins are awesome.
I can't
Is someone
make the
laughing
joke.
in the background?
Yes, I was
Yeah,
laughing.
Scotty.
I was
Sounds
having
like
a good
Scotty.
time. Apologies.
So, and here we go, tying back to what I was talking about earlier in the movie about how he's kind of the brains of the situation. He's like, I don't care. My death is not important. What's important is getting in there and getting the code to the resistance. So
Right.
when we were talking about how it was Richardson who was like a leader and whatnot, and he totally is. He's rallied this troop together. But I think ultimately it was the nerd, Weiss, who ultimately engineered the plan, because he's the one who's like, this has to happen. And he even drags along the girl too. And he's like, you have to, well, we'll get there when we get there. We've only just spotted the communications tower.
Right, and to clarify,
And here we have Buzzsaw.
And we have Buzzsaw, right? And to clarify what we're talking about, is he trying to break the satellite code to take over the live feed of the TV show so that they could show the public what actually did happen in the video. So that's what they're trying to do.
It was nice to see the nerd as the hero too in this film. I thought.
Yes.
He
Yes.
dies. He dies.
But yeah,
Yes,
well, of
but he's
course.
still.
Spoilers,
he's still
Scotty.
have-
What?
It's 1987,
He's
ladies and
still-
gentlemen. I do not give a good guard.
He's still heroic though. If I just couldn't finish, please.
Please.
He is still a hero.
Sure,
Yes.
yeah. But he
Well,
does,
right, well,
you know.
he knows. Yeah, he knows
No.
that he's going to sacrifice his life. But
Heroes
Yes.
often do die, sadly.
Oh, and how does the phrase go usually? For the greater good, usually.
The greater good.
The greater good.
Thanks, Nemesis.
The needs of the many
Stop saying
more than
that!
the needs of the one.
The greater good.
No, it was a Hot Fuzz quote.
Yeah.
Oh, Arnie. Oh, I thought, Arnie, what are you doing? And it's like, oh yeah, oh crap.
Well,
knew
I mean,
Arnie.
what we didn't get to see is that they established when this dude showed up and originally Buzzsaw, he was holding up a motorcycle above his head for quite an extended period of time, just showing that he is physically comparable to Arnie,
He's
yes,
strong.
to Brian at this
Yes,
point.
very strong. I just think Arnie made a really careless move getting so close, because he's assuming the guy's out or maybe even dead, but of course he's just pretending to be so he can take advantage of the situation.
A false
Like a
sense
re-
of security, in other words.
it's funny because these stalkers act
Yeah.
like wrestlers, where their character they're way over the top the way they act.
Good scene here, though. Great scene.
And a good one-liner, too.
That's right.
Oh, that would be so painful.
And he does scream like a girl.
I'd scream like a
Well,
girl.
wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly.
You'd probably be pretty much like a girl after that treatment. Oh, that would hurt so bad.
What a way to go! And it's great. He uses his own weapon against him. It's like, yeah, that's poetic.
It is poetic. Yes.
Yes, agreed.
He sure hit those high notes.
He didn't have nothing left to hit the low notes with. Sorry. And then we get this dude, don't we? Coming in soon, I'm guessing. Well, not quite yet, maybe. We got the other dude first, don't we?
I just like, yeah, it's great. They have an unlimited supply of all these ex-stalkers. It's great. It's definitely quite the choice.
They got a
Well, because he offered.
reserve.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there in the thing, but yeah, I feel like they have to be around for reasons.
For entertainment
Yes.
purposes.
And for body
I think
count.
contractual purposes.
Well, if
As
they,
well,
if
yes.
I think if they decide to leave, they might be in a little bit of trouble. It would be my guess.
The only way out is death by game or something.
Yes. We're on a stretcher, as they say, I guess.
Oh, darn. That's kind of a nice shot there.
Yeah, she was hot.
No, that back end didn't look too bad at all.
Agreed.
This is back when another lost thing in cinema is actually showing off a beautiful woman's body.
Those were the days. I missed them.
Wasn't it mainly the 80s or did the 90s do it as well?
Oh yeah, the 90s did it.
Yeah, I think they would phase it out in the 2000s is where it started tapering off, and now it's absolutely a no-no.
Yeah, it seemed everything started to change by the early 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, right around when social media came to light. Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I love older movies, especially the women in them too.
You know what's sad too is because, yeah, as we all know, because all these movies are bombing, studios are going out of business, all the TV shows and movies suck, is because they are out of touch with what the audience actually wants. Even women like to look at beautiful women on the screen. Even women like to look at masculine, testosterone-filled men. But, that
Agreed.
doesn't matter. Hollywood's going to give us something completely different.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that says, "Oh, women don't ogle men," it's like, come on. Of course, women
Whoa.
ogle men.
Well,
Yeah.
and women all go women, and they don't have to be bi or whatever. It's just people are attracted to pretty people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
the gender, whatever.
If you're
Right,
if you're human, you're gonna ogle somebody eventually, right? You
Well,
know.
even men would watch Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. So right, it's like Nemesis said, right?
Well, he's a
Beautiful
handsome
people.
man. You know.
Well, and because it's someone to look up to. 'Cause we all wish we looked like that, and we all wish we were capable
Oh, yeah.
of what he's doing.
I
Yeah,
sure wish I did.
where we become envious of him, in other words.
I don't actually. I'm not
We
envious.
covet.
I respect him greatly for working all those decades, like to build that body. Like that's a lot of hard work, and I respect Arnie totally for his accomplishments and achievements.
Yes, I mean, he's like the stereotypical success story that you hear about. This, an immigrant from another country who came, worked his way up to the top.
Yep, totally.
Yeah, and we all can look. We all can look like him, but it takes a lot of work, and we really don't want to because we're kind of lazy too.
Right. And by the way, legal immigrant. I want to stipulate that. Yeah.
Yeah, but did
This
you
is
ever
back
see
in the
that?
days where they were proud to be a legal immigrant.
It's like that early documentary about him working out and training. I remember watching
Pumping
some
Iron?
of that.
Yeah,
Pumping
Pumping
Iron,
Iron.
yeah. And there's this scene where he's working so hard, he's actually got a barf bucket next to the bench because he works out so intensely. He's got to bend over and wants to barf in the bucket because that's how much strain he's actually putting on his body.
Yeah.
And I can't believe this man. It's real, his dedication,
Yeah, remember, buddy, he was Mr. Universe.
Well, yeah, he was.
And he won a few times too, didn't he?
Absolutely,
I believe
yes.
so. Yeah,
Yes.
he was in amazing shape back then. Yeah.
And this is funny because this guy, his car turns over, and he's yelling, "Cut! Go to commercial! Go to commercial!"
That was great. Oh, that was funny.
Oh no, the stab.
Right. He's nothing without all his fancy electricity and all that kind of stuff.
But I
But
loved
it's
Arnie's
also-
song, I won't kill a helpless man. That was like his Captain Kirk moment right there.
Right from the arena.
Yeah.
Well, and also, like, if you want to take it contemporarily from the action movies of the time, like, this scene reminds me of Master Blaster from Mad Max Beyond
Thunderdome.
When
Oh,
when
we haven't
you
watched that yet.
realize, sorry,
Gorilla's
doing
going to cover
on
that.
Sunday.
Yeah,
Oh,
Gorilla's
okay,
going to
my
cover that
mistake, my
movie
mistake.
tomorrow, right, Gorilla?
On Sunday.
Right, tomorrow's no. Next Sunday. I lost track of days, but Gorilla, are
Sunday
you
at-
still doing Mad Max 3 next Sunday?
And there is somewhat of
You stepped away.
a warrior honor code too that men follows. Like, I will not harm a unarmed man because there's no fight in it. I want to fight to win. In other words, I don't want to fight a helpless man because there's no enjoyment, there's no thrill, there's no fight to it. I'd rather
No
fight.
Well, not only
I
that, though,
disagree.
but it's not going
I
to give them
think
what they
it's-
want. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly that. Oh, sorry, Pop. Go ahead.
No, that's all I want to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, like we started the movie off with him not wanting to kill innocent people. And once again, it's just him being like, I'm not going to kill this like unarmed dude, even if he's a sadistic piece of shit. And I'm not going to do it. Thereby, once again, showing the audience that they're lying to you. I'm not a bad dude.
Mhm.
He's an-
Like,
he's
yeah,
an-
he had to kill Sub-Zero, but like,
He was armed.
that's because
He's an honorable man, would be the phrase, I think.
Yeah, exactly. He is.
Well, and also, let's be fair. Like, I want to live in the audience of the Running Man for a moment. Dynamo sucks. So I'm glad that he was bested, but I'm glad that he didn't die.
Somehow he won some rounds in that game. Somehow.
Oh,
hitting
ladies
him with the car, I'd
and
assume.
welcome to the movie, Jim Brown, who plays
Absolutely.
Fireball.
Jim Brown was amazing. Rest in peace.
What was his? Okay, so I know Jim Brown was in the NFL.
Yes, and he did a lot of
Who
black
did he play
exploitation
for?
movies in the 70s. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not a sports fanatic. I'm not sure.
Neither am I. I'm not a sports guy. I'm a movie guy. That's
Maybe
why I'm
somebody
talking
out there
about the
listening.
Running Man.
Yeah, we're all a bunch of geeks and nerds here.
Yeah, but he had Jim Brown should be given credit for everything. Like, he is okay. So Jim Brown, imagine O.J. Simpson, but without the murder.
and literate.
Well, I'm pretty sure O.J. can read.
No. During the court scene, they released letters that he had written in a cult, and he was illiterate as hell. I mean, he had the intelligence level of, I'm guessing, like a second or third grader. He couldn't put together a sentence at all.
Well,
And it was a perfect example of how to get into the sports in the United States, you don't need to have an education. All you need to do is do whatever, win on the field, and they'll push you right through and give you whatever you want. I mean, and that is really sad.
but
That's why I'm not a fan of professional sports for that reason.
Well,
be right
and I
back. My
understand
phone's
that, but
going.
also I do want to give credit to. I understand what you're saying, and I know that we're being legitimately derogatory towards Oronthal James, but like, Jim Brown was a stand-up guy. Like, Jim Brown was an athlete and an actor who did enrich his community and culture. And so I do want to give, that's why I shout out Fireball. I can't wait until he dies.
Yeah, and
Credit where credit's due.
Yeah.
and it's also for certain criteria, like for sports and all that. They're looking for mainly for raw talent, and you have the physique to play the sport too. They don't care about intelligence very much. I don't think, from what pop culture says.
Not at all. They do
Well,
not
let's
care
face
at
it.
all. That's why we have so many of them that are convicted for like spousal abuse and all that kind of stuff, drugs,
Wouldn't-
crime.
yeah. But that's
Right?
again, it speaks to the commentary of the film as well, in that you will forgive your entertainment heroes for malfeasance just
I
because
think
they
you'll.
do entertain you.
No, I think there's a limit. Actually, I don't think I can.
Not in
forgive
this world,
OJ.
not in the Running Man world.
Well, I was going to say, I think it's the same for like most people, though. Like most people will turn a blind eye to whoever their hero is that they worship
Mm.
until
our
it's
president.
too much.
Yes, they don't care. Like even with
They don't
our
want to.
president, even with our president and his son, they say, "Well, we don't care. We still love him. We don't care. He could be a murderer. He could be a pedo, a drug addict, all that. They don't care. They still love him."
Anyway, are we going back to the film soon?
No, we're going to talk about murdering
We're getting
pedophilia.
tangentitis here a bit, I think, guys.
And
Perhaps.
no, fair enough.
unfortunately,
Get a good point.
Yaphet Kotto bites it. Unfortunately,
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
have you ever seen a movie where Yaphet Kotto doesn't die?
no. But
He dies in Alien. He dies in Live and
Alien,
Let
right,
Die.
Alien.
He lives.
Uh-huh.
He dies in this.
he's always.
He
It's
died in
always this. Go ahead.
Did
He's
he
the-
die
he's
in
the
Bond
Black
or something
John
too?
Bean.
Some Bond film.
Yeah, Live and Let Die,
Um,
yo.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny because he's the lovable character that fights alongside our hero that always dies. It's like
But that's also one of the things that was a trope or a cliche of 80s movies. The token black guy who is going to die to
Right.
make it so that our hero feels something. And
Goes
they were
first, in other
friends.
words.
Like he was in the movie from the beginning. He was the first guy to get his collar taken off.
That's a
Yep.
good line, by the way, there right now. That's pretty funny.
I don't want to be the only asshole in heaven, Ben.
None of us do.
That's going to be my new Tinder profile description.
There you go.
Thank you. Meanwhile, back on stage.
And that was where Killian, the host, is saying that obviously they're not going to show the audience where Ben Richards spared the stalkers. So they're manipulating the live show, as it's going out right in front of the audience.
Well, yeah.
Here's where he offers him a contract as a stalker.
Have we come to the scene already where we sort of spoiled it already, or are we not there yet?
I don't think we've gotten there yet.
Well, spoil it. Go for it.
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
I think a lesser man would have probably taken a 3-year deal just to have a better life.
Well,
Agreed.
if you're going to trust what he says, that's the whole point.
That's
Well,
the thing.
Which,
The
yeah,
stalkers seem to be in pretty good shape, though. They must have been well fed and cared for, right?
Well, and Captain Freedom is like, he is a former stalker who sort of graduated out of the game itself and became a host. So
Mhm.
that's where you want to be. And
Oh,
that
yeah.
will lead us later when Captain Freedom has to show up against Ben Grimm Richards.
I like this line too. Actually, Arnie's got a lot of pretty good, decent lines in this film.
You know what? Arnold Schwarzenegger's entire career is predicated on people being able to craft incredible one-liners for him.
Exactly. They were thinking about that when they write his movies. They were like, "Oh, come on, we have to come up with something good." Yeah.
But then the writers must realize he's so good at delivering these lines. It's like, how can you not put these lines in his films?
Yes, very iconic.
Oh, by the way, if anybody is listening, you should subscribe to Anti-Derivative Jill.
I agree.
Fireball! Oh my God, I love Jim Brown so much.
And his weapon of choice was pretty cool too. You got to admit.
Right. So they've got to the point where all the stalkers are dead, and now they're having to pull the older ones out of retirement. Oh, Jim Brown was great. He was amazing in Mars Attacks.
In Mars Attacks, he was amazing.
Yeah,
we need to watch
absolutely.
that film, by the way.
You've
I
never seen it?
agree.
No, I've seen it, but we need to cover it.
It would be fun. It would be so fun.
It is. It's a good movie. I love it. I'll show it one of these days. I know it's a comedy, but I'll show it under our science fiction week.
Is that the Tim Burton film I'm thinking
Yes.
of? I actually saw that many years ago, maybe when it came out, and I wasn't overly impressed. I hate to say it, but maybe if I rewatched it now, a little older and more mature, I might actually enjoy it this time. So
I remember my mother, she's dead now, but I tried to convince her into watching it. And she was like, no, it doesn't sound like my thing. Science fiction, aliens, whatever, blah, blah. And the next thing you know, she calls me and goes, I'm watching this great movie with Tom Jones in it. I don't believe it. She was a Tom Jones fan.
Tom Jones?
Yeah,
I love it.
So, right, she watched it for Tom Jones.
That's
She loved
great.
him. She saw him in concert once. So, yeah,
That's awesome.
That's what drew her into the movie, right?
It must
Are
be
you
a
talking?
good
Are you
memory,
talking
Bob.
about? Are you talking about the MIB one?
No,
No.
Mars Attacks. Mars
Ack.
Yeah, you got it. So
Based on,
Yeah, I
based on a
know.
series of bubblegum cards, by the way,
Yeah.
guys, if you didn't know that.
I was at a Star Trek convention, and the people who made the special effects for them were there. They did a panel on how they did the effects, and it was great. No, wait, no, it was a Macworld convention in San Francisco. That's right. This was after the, I don't know, I don't remember if it was after the convention. Yeah, it was, because it was 90s. But yeah, I went to a Macworld convention this is when Mac computers anyway. But the one of the panels was the special effects guys from Mars Attacks. And I sat in on that. It was great because at the time I was teaching CGI and computer animation and all that. So it was great to listen to the insights and how they did it because it looked really good. And I don't know, I had a great time.
awesome. So at this point, Captain Freedom here, like, he's not seeming too impressed anymore, right? Like,
Correct.
because he's gone from being basically like a gym instructor and like the announcer guy, and they're calling all the old previous stalkers.
Yes.
So hey, it's building contention.
All right, Agnes, listen
And
now. Big project for you.
I love her name is Agnes. One of my favorite things is like old timey names. Tell me if you know anybody who is 30 named Agnes.
Or Gladys, right?
Or Gladys. Exactly.
I did growing up, but that's besides the point. But getting back to like this lady in particular, she's incredible.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Plus, as you can tell, when she chooses the hero, the establishment sees that now the hero has actually become a serious threat to them now, since they know that the hero is actually more popular than the villains now. They see that.
Well, I think they understood that when he killed Sub-Zero, and then they sent out 2 stalkers instead of. I don't think they normally do that, because normally it's either you have to pick the next stalker. That's the whole point of this, right? Like, she only gets to pick one, and she's picking Ben Richards because he's a mean motherfucker.
Right, and the host Killian had reminded her, no, you don't want to pick him. You want to pick one of the stalkers, right?
So Granny
Because as
just
a runner,
basically
you kind
wants
of
to
pick
go,
a stalker, right?
she wants to side with the most bloodthirsty guy in the game, right?
No, she said no. She wants Ben Richards. She
Yeah,
wants Arnold
It's
Schwarzenegger.
because he's killed so many people, I think. That's why she's kind of switching to his side, right? Because
Well,
Well, no,
she sees
but
that
the
he's
thing
winning,
is-
and she sees that he's winning. So
Granny likes
throughout
a winner that kills.
go ahead,
Throughout
Scotty.
the film, they talk about like everybody's betting on this. It's like a sport betting thing. Like money
Yep.
is being changed hands based on who wins.
Seems like
And-
it, yeah.
Everyone is going for the stalkers because they're tried, tested, and true, don't you know? But Ben Richards has taken, the butcher of Bakersfield, has taken down 2 stalkers. And when this lady, Agnes,
There we go. So
So
that boy's one mean motherfucker. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, Scotty, to cut you off.
No, but you're absolutely correct. Is that
No, but-
when she turns, the audience turns with the world. And they're all like, okay, so Ben has to win. He's doing such a great job. And they start rooting for him. And that's why I appreciate the game show nature of this movie, is that you have seen Ben be pushed down for so long and all the hardship that he's gotten to get here. And even this is incredibly difficult. But when the audience of the world that you're watching is like, yeah, no, we're on Arnold's side as well, then you and the world that the fictional world that you're watching, it's like we're all together in this and we want Ben Richards to win. And that is when not only the movie is defeating the evil dictatorship of this dystopian world, but the audience is on this side, and it becomes a rousing event.
And that's my point. And that's my point.
Yeah, it's the spark of revolution at this point, right? Like, as PvP had mentioned earlier, he's 1 for 1. He killed Sub-Zero. He left
Dynamo
alive, right? So he's 1 for 1. And so I also agree with Pop that he's going with the best choice.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also agree with you, Scotty, how that is the spark of the revolution. Because, well, as you said, it's 100-1 when they put the bet on it for Ben Richardson. But it's still a chance.
It's just Richards.
Richards? Richardson?
Yeah, Richards.
No
Richards, whatever.
Just Richards.
Okay.
Richard. No, it's Richards. There's an S.
You keep saying Richardson.
Right.
Oh, my apologies. I thank you for telling me.
That's
Get off my lawn.
Gorilla, are you still with us? I think Gorilla might be hitting the Z's right now. Let me get caught up on the chat really quick.
Yes.
Suzanne says, I so enjoy these streams. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Suzanne. Love Richard Dawson's acting. Yes, he was a good actor, too, as well as game show host.
Agreed.
Jamalena says, Richard Dawson is awesome. Yes. And Suzanne said, Richard Dawson wasn't in enough movies for my liking. You're right. And this was his last movie before he passed away. Obviously from lung cancer.
Oh.
Lemon Pie says, welcome back, Suzanne. And Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, I wasn't for LOL. Lemon Pie says, Suzanne, I assumed you were modding your people that had the vapors. I don't know what that means.
Well, Lemon is just commenting on when, Suzanne said that she was modding a drunk stream.
Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't sure what he meant by vapors. He or she meant. Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, who am I missing on panel? Gorilla, Pop, TV? Oh, I'm not sure. Because I feel bad. I'm sorry, guys, the chat's so far behind. Lemon Pie says, Scotty, Suzanne. And Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, absolutely correct. LOL. And Michelle said, I said Scotty. Oh, okay.
I said Scotty.
Oh, thank you, Lemon Pie.
Lemon Pie says, sci-fi sit Dan. And Suzanne. And Suzanne says, oh, okay. And John Malama says, I'm not opposed to the skin tight bodysuit on shapely Latino women, part of the movie adaptation. I completely agree. I have no complaints. And I miss those days.
That's why we're friends, Jamalama.
Right. Now they dress them in potato sacks. Edge of Time says
and restrictors.
So bad.
And restrictors and binders, right. Edge of Time says I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Some Arkansas redneck, yeah.
You're going to be impeached.
And that's a nice way to put it.
Peach.
Remember now,
I could have eaten.
Now
I could have eaten impeachment.
It's Scotty. We got to get through the chat.
Sorry.
I started.
Now it's public knowledge that he likes little girls. John Malema says yes. It's a modern day Coliseum gladiator. That's how far we are behind in the chat. And Suzanne says John Malema exactly right. And Shell says it sounds like many folks in politics. LOL. And John Malema says in the book it's very conscientiously a distraction to the public, as nearly everyone is impoverished. Okay, well, that's what they do kind of hint to that when they show the public.
With the 1,500 people food riot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Suzanne Eckstein says, I never read the book. Oops, don't want to show that. And John Malema says, behind the Dark Tower series. Dark Tower
is my favorite King work, yeah.
Okay, it's a great book, and the writing is excellent too. Can't recommend it highly. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I apologize. That's why I was having to read it twice. I thought maybe I misunderstood something.
I'm not
Uh,
against Stephen King, but I don't think I'm ever gonna read any of his books.
I'm not. I'm not a
Like
fan.
I don't understand like reading a horror novel. I don't understand it.
I always thought that he wrote at a high school level, and I
Yeah, oh
prefer
yeah, that's why he was
yeah
so popular and
popular, right? That's why he was so
profitable.
popular and profitable, right? Suzanne says John Malama thinks I'll pick up the book, and John Malama says I think I might too after reading the wiki plot summary, and remembering the story. I might have too. And John Malama says I'm glad I didn't write about the ending.
Oh, he wins
Edge of Time. Women
in
are
the
12
movie.
times more judgmental about appearance than men. They only swipe right on 5% of men. Men swipe right 60%. Yes, you are totally right. Women are in full control when it comes to that. That's how they sucker so many men into Match.com and all those crooked spam sites. John Malama says, I forgot about all the rich people getting bummed out as their favorite killers get snuffed out. Yes, they do. Daniel's Hot Topic says he was Mr. Big in Live and Let Die.
The late great Yaphet Kotto. Yes, he was, Daniel.
Daniel also says, so I just finished the movie. Oh, very cool. I'm glad you watched it, Daniel. Suzanne says, sorry, internet is choppy here, keeps bouncing me offline. Sorry to hear that, Suzanne. But we'll stick with you. And Daniel says, well, surprise, surprise. In November 2022, Arnold Schwarzenegger revealed that a sequel to Running Man 2 to his 87 film is also under development, separate from the remake. Don't hold your breath, Daniel.
Yeah.
If it's anything like today's movies and reboots and remakes, please don't do it.
Well, and the way his career is going, that's why I said don't hold your breath. He's pretty much resorted to bad TV shows now, or he's got some Netflix deal or some crap. Put it this way, he's just obsolete. He's not even a celebrity anymore.
You guys leave the running woman out of this. Come on now.
I do. Well, exactly. And no argument. But like what Daniel is saying, Daniel's Hot Topics has always called his shot and he has swung the bat and he is, from my experience, always hit it out of the park. So,
and he's always optimistic, so I give him credit.
Well, no, but like when he said that Clooney was going to be in The Flash, happened.
Well, yeah, that rumor's, yeah, I remember the rumor.
Like Daniel's Hot Topics is, he's my man on the street when it comes to, things that are coming up in the future.
He's your prophet?
No, well, I guess he's like my Merlin.
He's like Guy.
Anyways, sorry, carrying on though.
Yeah, meanwhile, back in The Running Man.
Daniel says, that's odd, a reboot and a sequel coming out at the same time. I never saw that. And Daniel says,
sure you have.
You know what's weird? So the movie ends and how can everything be hunky-dory? The real culprit who engineered the whole dystopia is still out there and he needs to be taken down.
Well, wasn't there a movie that was supposed to be a sequel to The Running Man? Or maybe never mind. Don't listen to me.
I'm not sure. Lemon Pie says shapely women should be part of any movie adaptation. I
Agreed.
totally agree. I vote for that.
I am a fan of a shapely woman.
Yep. Unlike the recent Wonder Woman. And I'd argue that point.
No, she's pretty. I'm just saying that in my personal life.
I'll just say fake chest. I'll put it that way. She's no Linda Carter. Daniel's Hot Topic says, just like in Star Wars, it's not enough to take out Governor Tarkin. You got to take out the Emperor, the one who is behind the whole thing. Only to find out that he comes back later.
I'm not going to address that until you can learn how to spell Tarkin.
King's writing varies widely in quality from book to book, says John Malama. Yeah, probably depending on
Pop,
how high he is. Yes.
Pop, like I saw Cujo recently.
Oh, great movie, yeah.
No, it's terrible. It's awful. It's stupid.
Oh, you don't like it?
I fucking hate it. Pardon me.
I'm a fan of D. Wallace, so I'm kind of partial.
I like D. Well, you know what? I saw The Howling as well. But The Howling was better than the Cujo. But Cujo was
God.
awful. Cujo was a bad movie. And it was interesting because, and the only reason I bring it up, Stephen King.
It was, yes. And I've said it before, very few movies that were adapted by his work are worth watching. Like The Shining would not be the classic that it is if it wasn't for Stanley Kubrick.
My favorite.
Yeah, and King hated it.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
My favorite Stephen King movie, Stephen King hates it.
The Langoliers.
No, I love the Langoliers. Doesn't
Dude,
it?
so do I.
Yeah.
It has Cousin Balky.
And also depends on how faithful the director and the screenwriter wants to be to his work.
Well, no, that's just it. If they're faithful to it, then it stinks.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I
Okay,
mentioned
so-
Kubrick.
Yeah, that's why we never had
Yeah.
the child orgy of the It part
Right,
one.
of it.
Yeah, we didn't need to. Yeah, anyway,
No,
Scotty.
I needed to. I wanted to see the child orgy.
I'm sure you did.
Daniel's Hot Topic says, thanks, Scotty. And Lemon Pie says, Daniel has a Palantir?
You got it.
John Malema says, LOL Lemon Pie. Suzanne says, I enjoy beautiful woman's body, big chested, tiny waist, and
Hell
shapely
yeah.
hips, and butt very nice, and long hair. Has to be have long. Thank you, Suzanne. I agree. Long hair is another one I miss.
I'm a big fan of short hair, but I
Not when
don't
they chop
dig-
it. When they chop it, they look butch like a guy. Ugh, it's not my type.
No, but I'm talking like a shoulder length bob.
Oh, but yeah, that could be. Well, yeah, like Mary Tyler
cute.
Moore. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how most guys like it too.
Yeah.
But like I know that ladies are very like they I don't want to say vain, but they're very proud of if they have long hair.
Well, if they have
Like
beautiful hair, they're
that's
gonna
a
flaunt it,
70s
right?
style. That's like a that's a yeah, no, I it's my own personal preference.
Okay, I have to ask a question. It's off topic, but I'll make it fast.
Sure.
Is there anybody out there who is a fan of women bleach their hair with clear black roots? You know what I'm talking about? Where they have that bleached look on the bleached hair look, but they clearly keep the black roots. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I know what you're
popular.
talking about.
Very popular. It's very, very popular, and I find it hideous. Absolutely, birth control.
Well, but see, here's why I'm a fan of that is because usually the ladies who I don't I like it because I'm a big fan of eyebrows. I know now I'm a weirdo, but I do enjoy dark eyebrows. And so if you have like a bleach blonde hair and dark roots with
Bushy
like
eyebrows?
brown eyebrows,
Okay.
like Brooke Shields, I'm like, Joe.
Right, Brooke Shields. I thought about her when you said that.
So yeah, you know what? I just find attractive people attractive, and whatever I don't dig, I don't dig.
What do you think about Lucy with the painted on eyebrows?
I'm not a fan.
Neither am I.
Anyways, we should.
Wait. Is that
No, Nemesis. We're
Holy
busy
cow.
objectifying women.
Did I hear Gorilla?
Yeah.
Well, there you are, sir. How you doing?
I've been
How's your
listening
nap?
here, but I haven't had a chance to get a word in.
I talked to you. I
You
asked
have-
you if you were there, and you didn't answer.
Oh.
You want
Yeah,
to take
dude,
over?
you've been silent this whole time.
Yeah,
Do you
for
wanna
about
take-
at least a half hour or more.
No,
You
I
wanna
have
take-
not been half an hour there.
Do you want to take over the chat for Pop?
You can if you want. It's the one I have here. Let me start. I was just getting ready to read it. It's by Daniel. I feel bad, Daniel, that you have to. Isn't Daniel in the panel?
No, that
Oh,
No, that's
Okay.
Sit Dan right here.
I'm so used to having Daniel on the panel. I get confused sometimes. Sorry, Daniel.
he says Gal Gadot Wonder Woman is so cool. She was a good Wonder Woman. You know, gal was in the military
Mhm.
and showed she really good in her fight scenes. Linda Carter, you can tell she has no combat training.
I don't
Well-
want Linda Carter for combat training. When you're in bed, that's the last thing you're looking for.
Pop, Pop, are those the sizes? Are those the sizes you like?
Measurements are not. I'm not a stipulator for measurements, but I can tell you that my point with Gal Gadot was the fact that she's nearly not as beautiful as Linda Carter, and they had to stuff her chest. Look at the interviews. I showed Gorilla on a stream once. I showed side by side comparison photos. Look at the interviews, and if you guys can look it up, with her and Rachel Zegler when they're talking about Snow White, and Gal Gadot is absolutely 100% flat as a board.
See, and like I don't care about that, but I care that she can't act.
Well, that too, she can't act. But I'm saying Wonder Woman is Wonder Woman. Just like Superman, it's like having Superman and he's skinny as a rail. No, that's not the character.
Suzanne in the chat is describing my perfect woman.
Her perfect woman.
No,
mine.
And that's what I was trying to point out to Pops. Like, does he like those sizes of her?
Well, it's fine, but like I said, I don't stipulate based on size. I like all sizes as long as they don't spend too long at the buffet. I'll put it that way.
It reminds me of a scene in Pulp Fiction where it's like, I wish I had a pot belly. And it's like, why do you want a pot belly? It's because the things that are pleasing to the touch are different than the things that are pleasing to the eye. I want you to grope me because I'm chubby. And it's like, yes, I'm in. I want someone to cuddle with. And why would I want a rake to cuddle with?
Because rakes are awesome, bro. Don't diss us rakes.
Yeah, I don't have that many leaves. It's in Canada. I got a shovel.
Well, I know.
Say, carrying on with the chat.
Right,
yes,
but not to sound sexist, I don't want to have sex with a 12-year-old boy. So they've got to have somewhat of a feminine figure.
Why not?
No, got to have a feminine figure of some sort. Something to grab onto and hold onto.
Like I didn't mean to imply anything, but no, I enjoy a healthy woman. What did I? No, I'm not going to continue.
Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. Nemesis.
Anyways, so we need to skip the next chat, Pop, because it's just StreamYard's thanking me. No, yes, it's it's kind of if you're racist towards AI.
I am.
I, for one, welcome our AI overlords.
I am Bruce Maddox.
Gorilla fell asleep again.
Are you still there, Gorilla?
Yeah. Same as it ever was.
So I guess it's Nemesis's job then.
All right. Well, I mean I'll read him if you put him through, Pop.
I just really enjoy that we've been just displaying Susan Eckstein's measurements.
Right. So Susan Eckstein says 38, 24, 36, perfect, and 5'4".
Dude, I want to take you to the dance.
And I am going to, if I may prove my point. I want everybody to look at this still I have on YouTube. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh no.
That's Gal Gadot. Look at her. Take a close look.
Yep, flat as a board.
That's what I'm talking about. So the Wonder Woman is all faked in the suit, and that I do not like. If you've got to fake them, that means you bad casting. Right there, it's bad casting. Because that is nothing like she looked in Wonder Woman.
I had the pleasure of engaging in romance with a very athletic woman.
Okay.
And she was not busty by any stretch of the imagination. We got along mostly based on our mutual admiration of The Simpsons. This would have been about 2006, 2007. And
I'm hearing gorilla giggles. Hang on. Sorry. What?
And so we got together, but she wasn't exceptionally busty. But oh my stars, like a rabbit, could she engage in emphatic coitus. And so like just because a lady doesn't happen to be as busty as you think doesn't mean that she's not a sexual acrobat.
I didn't say she
generally speaking, they're more because they have to make up for it.
I know. I miss her bikini time.
I didn't say she wasn't. I'm just saying if I had a preference and a choice, I don't want Dolly Parton, but I don't want Gal Gadot either. I want something in between.
Oh, I would absolutely make Sweet Sweet Love to Gal Gadot.
Anyways, carrying on with the chat or the movie, one of the two, because we're at 3 hours and 30 seconds.
I just got a
I'm trying to get
notification
through, yeah.
on my Twitter is that Gal Gadot just said, "Really, Scott?"
Lemon Pie says, I favor no dye, no makeup, natural beauty.
I agree. I completely agree.
Oh,
And especially,
Suzanne Eckelstein says,
there we go.
my hair has been long twice, once to the back of my knees and once to just past my butt.
Oh, that was a good old. That's the
Susan-
Crystal Gale haircut.
Yeah, along with the hair there.
What's
Oh,
our
Gorilla's
gorilla?
Oh, there he is.
The gorilla's back. Would you say gorilla?
I said I wouldn't have gone that long. No, I was here for a little bit here. I just stopped feeling well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, gorilla. And I know it's late for you too. I apologize. If you need to dip out, just let us know. And I understand.
I don't know. My stomach's just been cramping up. That's all.
Well, that's not. Well, like Mom used to say, go potty.
you need a Twinkie.
Suzanne Eckstein says, Pop, yes, I actually love the hair color you're describing.
Oh, I'm sorry, Suzanne. You know what? And Suzanne, to be honest, only women like that. I've never met a man yet who likes the bleached look with the black roots. I don't know. It seems to be polar opposite women, but I know it's very, very popular with women, and I don't know why.
You know, it's funny because I dated a brunette who did dye her hair blonde, and when she dyed her hair blonde, she did everything in her power to make sure that she didn't have dark roots.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
And I was so disappointed.
Oh, okay.
Once again, it all comes down to personal taste. So,
It is,
Jamalama says, Shawshank Redemption was in the collection of stories with The Running Man. The movie expands on the fairly short story. Story okay, movie is a masterpiece.
Oh my
Well,
god!
then that's
Get off my
Darabont,
lawn. I'm
I
not
guess.
going to the library.
Then I guess
Suzanne Eckstein says,
go ahead.
Jamalama, I love Shawshank.
I know it was popular, and yeah, I know the movie is popular.
Mm-hmm. You haven't seen it?
Jamalama says it's an incredible movie.
You?
I know I did not like it. I just don't want to upset anybody by saying that. I hated that movie actually.
That's fine. That's fair.
Yeah.
Right? Suzanne says, I'll be quiet and just listen. Sorry for going off topic. It's okay. We've gone off topic several times tonight, Suzanne.
No, don't apologize.
Pokemon.
Don't apologize, Suzanne. You're absolutely fine. No, you're fine. Thank you. Go ahead.
Suzanne, you're good. We are the chat. Resistance is futile. Jamalama says, well said, Lemon Pipe. Suzanne says, lemon pie, lol. Those were my measurements, lol, back in the day. Ooh, very nice.
And now
Suzanne,
like 12, 12.
Scotty. Adam Gray says, as long as there's cake, the rest is just icing. And we all know the cake is a lie.
Cake is a lie.
Jamalama says, at Adam Gray, have you been here this whole time? Now you're getting involved? Laughy face. Suzanne says, I find it very goth. Fair enough. Jamalama says, to each their own.
Yeah. Thank you.
Exactly.
No, I refuse to accept that philosophy. Not to each their own. I say to each me.
All right,
well, then you're part of the ICF, clearly.
All right, come on.
So
Scotty.
my question is here, guys, about the movie.
Yes, sir.
So do you think these people were locked in this room?
Yeah.
Because they look like they're desiccated.
Yeah, they were locked in there. It looks like they could have been killed before they were handcuffed, or they died in there, right? One of the two. They don't really make it clear. But here's where we get last year's winners: Whitman, Price, and Adad, living it up in Maui.
That's right.
Yeah. Plus, here's my theory on that: for the TV show and the Chasers, they probably did only a certain amount of them, and for the runners that actually made it through the game, they either did not want to give them contracts to become one, or they how am I trying to say this? They did not want to I'm trying to think of it. What's the terminology for it?
I think what you're saying is they wanted movie stars, kind of pretty much the celebrity. the good-looking, the big, the strong, and what the audience wanted to see. And I don't think within Price and a Dodd fit that bill.
Isn't
Either
there
that, or either
isn't
that,
there
or
not-
either that, or the company was too cheap to just have them sign contracts.
Oh, they had money.
Go ahead, PPP.
I was just going to say, isn't there a certain point later in the film where one of the runners, someone says, "Weren't they winners?" And he says, "No, they were the
It's
losers."
There it
this
is right
scene
there.
right here.
There it is.
So they obviously never had a chance. I mean, they were just probably killed by the stalkers and just thrown in the room to rot. You know.
Correct.
And yet somehow the propaganda said they won.
Well,
that
of course
was a
it would say
lie.
they won.
That was a lie. Obviously, it was all bullshit, right?
Right.
They
Yeah.
never
Once
did
again,
win. They were
right.
murdered.
Once again, manipulating the audience, right? Showing them lies.
Exactly.
Right, and here we have Captain Freedom just being like, "No, I'm done. I'm out of here. This is enough." And we don't see him for the rest of the movie.
And I
Well,
have to
technically,
admit,
we don't see him, but
I have to admit, Jesse Ventura looks pretty good with that hair. It's too bad he didn't keep it.
yeah, dude, he looks fantastic in this movie.
I wondered though,
The Temple of Pain.
did they actually let him
He's
just
like-
walk out and live? Like, I was wondering about that because if you're a stalker, can you just retire and just go away like in peace? Like,
I
Welcome,
don't know.
Daniel.
Hi, Daniel.
I
Hello,
don't.
Daniel.
Hoping that
Now Daniel's on the panel. Okay.
I was kind of hoping that Arnold would fight or Captain Freedom, but he just walked out.
I just had a feeling Captain Freedom might have been assassinated a couple days later. Just guessing, but
Oh, probably. And snaps her neck like a twig. Going back to the callback of Arnold at the beginning of the movie, being like, where he had his hand on her neck in the airport, being like, "I could snap your neck like a chicken bone."
Now remember, right? This is altered digital footage, so this is not what really happened, but this is what they're showing the audience. It's actually a clip from a prior show, and then they put their faces over the other people that actually happened to.
Yeah, I thought that was real.
I don't think it was, though. I think this is.
Yeah, he snaps her neck, and then they immediately cut to the actual live lady watching this.
Yeah, right? Because, like, even later on in, like, 10 or 15 seconds, they're like, when it cuts back and it shows that it's not really Arnold, they're like, "Jesus, did you have to kill him?" And then they're like, "Well, that's show business," and they just carry on. So I think it was live-ish.
See, that's her
Wow,
watching
so in this time-
live.
In this
So
time,
Oh,
they
so
actually
maybe this is what he's doing. He's just
Right.
like,
So
Okay.
what it is that they decided that they're going to get rid of Ben Richardson, the lady character. They're not going to win the show. So,
Yeah.
Excuse me.
well, the thing is, they can pretend to be staying live and still put the deep fake stuff, overlay it, right, and the audience isn't going to have a clue what they're actually watching. Just like they did with the helicopter scene, where they said he'd murdered all those people when he never did it, right? But everybody bought it.
And that's the problem with deep fakes. Usually they're so good you can't tell the difference.
Exactly.
All right.
Do I hear Gorilla?
Yeah,
Like he was still with us for a second there.
I'm still
yeah.
here. Like I said, I'm just not feeling well.
Well, that's maybe you should go lie down or something if you're not feeling good.
Or
Yeah,
go
Gorilla,
use the bathroom.
if you want to dip out, I understand, Gorilla.
Did you eat some bad food or something, man? Like,
And you have to work tomorrow too, Gorilla.
Yeah. No,
It
PvP, I think the problem was there when we had some food ordered for us today, and there were some onions and stuff on the burger.
oh,
Was there?
you're-
My question is, was there mayonnaise?
Yeah, unfortunately, but I scraped that off.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. The mayonnaise is what made you sick. I guarantee. Onions are not going to make you sick unless they're like a year old. It was probably the mayonnaise. And if you scrape it off, it's still on the bread. So that's why I knew immediately when you said you were sick. It's like, yeah, that's mayonnaise.
Well, no, onions have always made me. I've always had problems with onions.
I know, but a lot of places that make hamburgers, the mayonnaise does sit out at room temperature all day. I used to do that when I was young, and it's not like they pull it out of the refrigerator to make your burger and then put it back in the refrigerator. They don't do that. It stays out all day to where there's a film on top, and they have to peel that off or
Well, the
stir it
restaurant
in.
I worked at, well, the one didn't have mayonnaise, but the other one theirs was in a cooler thing right next to the on the
Yeah,
prep.
but of course. Well, that's what I'm saying. But they keep the bucket in the refrigerator. But I'm saying it's out all day while they're making food. They don't keep taking it in and out of the fridge between each burger. Is what I'm saying.
No, there's a cooler thing right on our prep station that all they have to do is open it, reach in, grab it, go, and close the thing top of it.
Well, that's good. I never saw that. I worked with A&W, Burger King, McDonald's. I never saw them keep the mayonnaise refrigerated. It was always out all day, and I saw people get sick left and right. That's why I stopped eating it.
I'd think if they were making people sick all the time, though, they'd probably get a food inspector showing up eventually and going, "Hey guys, what's up here?" Because we're getting a lot of complaints.
When I worked at A&W, people were getting sick, and we had gnats in the kitchen. I called the food. I called the health.
That sounds like a really bad restaurant.
Never mind. I'm just gonna never forget it. Forget it. I'm sorry.
This may be like a stupid question, but did they kill the stand-in or the stunt double to make that fake footage? Did they kill him?
Yes.
Previous
they did.
Somebody else dying, and they put his face over it digitally.
Yeah. I think that's what Jesse Ventura's character was doing when he went off the camera. He's like, I'm not going to fight him with this stupid crap. Just do this digital stuff and be done with it. And so Jesse ended up fighting him, killing the stunt double, and they just overlaid Richard's face over it.
And it was Jesse's previous victim, right? Because he wasn't even there to actually do the fight. And by the way, do you guys want to see the Mars Attacks cards from 1962? Because I found a good website. I can throw it in the chat if anybody would like.
You know what? I'm a big fan. I would love you to share.
If it's okay with Pop, I always like to ask permission before I
go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Pop.
It has absolutely the square root of Jack Squat to do with the Running Man, but I do enjoy those Topps cards.
Well, the film was mentioned, so I looked it up and I found a pretty decent website that has actually images of every card, which is kind of cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll just add it a second.
I like the question he asked, where'd you hide that Uzi? And she never answers him.
You don't want to know.
I want to know.
She did say, I think she did say, you don't want to know.
Yeah, but I still want to know.
Well, of course you want to know. We're guys, right? So, yeah.
I held, to quote the philosopher Christopher Walken, I held this uncomfortable piece of metal the only place I could. In my ass.
For years.
It's dead too.
Right, so now we have Arnie, of course, being a man of his word, coming back on his way back to see Killian.
Oh, I can't wait.
He's finally got out of that silly costume too and looking like, a real action hero again.
I like jumpsuits, yo.
But I don't.
I prefer
I mean,
rugged
his was
Arnie.
fine. Well, yeah, rugged Arnie is the best Arnie, obviously. It's the epitome of being a man, just like we were talking about earlier. But, even, the other characters, like Buzzsaw and Dynamo and Fireball, all their costumes kind of sucked.
Well, yeah, but that's when Captain Freedom, when he shows up, shit.
His sucks the most.
Yeah,
even he thinks it sucks. He's just like, I am not wearing this. This is stupid. And he's like, I kill people like him with my bare hands.
Let me tell you about the Rothschilds.
Oh, God.
No, but that's my best. That's my best impression.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Captain Freedom though. His costume was really silly looking. It was like some really
Right,
bad
like-
sci-fi
I've
robot thing or something.
seen Bigfoot. Says Jesse the Body Ventura, former governor of Minnesota. Let me tell you about UFOs. The government is lying.
So Arnie's marching here for revenge, I'm
Hey,
guessing.
Yeah.
That's what I understand, yes. And that's Mick Fleetwood.
And we get some more
Meanwhile-
hot ladies dancing. Yay.
Oh, yeah.
Now notice though that they made sure to get the people out of there. He's only going after the guilty people. He wanted to get
Yes.
the audience out of there.
Right,
Now they
and
probably
we'll
broke
like,
the satellite feed, right?
Well, and
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the beginning of this particular screenshot is a turn, which again brings about the revolution that we hope happens after the end of the movie. Killian is lying to you, and it is, as pop culture has said previously, the propaganda that modern news will present to you. When it's finally revealed to you, what do people do with that? And in The Running Man, when it is revealed that they are lying, they rise up and they fight back. In this modern world that you and I live in, they say, yeah, no, we know they're lying to us anyway. I'm going to watch reruns of The Big Bang Theory.
This may be a odd question to ask or something to ask towards the end of the movie, but I'm curious. Sort of, does Richards take over the host's job in theory? Then at the end of the movie, sort of.
No, I think the show is done at this point.
yes,
Cancel.
I would agree with TVP. I think the show disbands at this point. They leave it really vague and
Cancel.
ambiguous at the end.
Well, I mean, if the population does rise up into some kind of revolution after the movie ends, then I don't think they'd be in the mood to be watching this game show anymore.
I don't know. It's a pretty good game show.
Oh God, can you imagine watching that every day of your life for like 70 years or something? It's like
Mhm.
no.
Well, this is what we all wish would really happen. Like with our current president, we wish somebody would cut in and show how it's all fake and manipulated. But that'll never happen. That's only in our dreams.
Even if it did, people wouldn't accept it, Pop.
Yeah, they would think that would be the fake, but that would be the fake news, right?
Well,
Yeah.
and
See,
again,
sorry, my case in point again with just the suits being stupid. Here comes Mr. Grapey Christmas tree lights.
too late. You already said.
I did.
I did think his costume was moronically stupid. I really did.
Like his was the worst out of everyone.
Oh yes, it was horrible. It was just dumb, very dumb.
I'm like, dude, I had a light bright that looked more cohesive than that as a kid. Like, I just
Right.
Well, the thing is too, if you're going to be an assassin, do you really want to be wearing a costume? If you get water on it, you're going to die by being electrocuted to death? It's like, really?
There can't be
seems
that
it's
electricity running through it.
well,
And
yeah,
here's where-
because almost every one of the stalkers have been taken out by their own weaponry, right? Buzzsaw was, had a free
Buzzsaw?
operation, and then
He split.
fireball blew up. And then-
It's got the free trans surgery. That's all.
That's what
Right.
I wasn't getting anyways.
Circumcised
And
with a chainsaw.
And the Goldfinger lookalike dude, he got his neck pretty much screwed up. So yeah.
Here's where
Right, with his
Killian-
own slightly that's the only one that wasn't killed with his own weapon. That was killed with the stuff lining the top. But anyways, Pop, sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was just going to say that now that everybody's dead around Killian, this is where he asks his bodyguard if he wants to take on Ben Richards.
And I love his response. He's just like, no, I got to go score some steroids.
Right, he's like, no, thank you, I'm out of here. Well, he's not stupid. He just saw the guy killed everybody. Why is he going to stand up to him? He doesn't get
Well,
paid
and
that
even
much, right?
before, there we go. I got to go score some steroids because he's like, initially when he pushes Richards on, he's like, "What are you, deaf? I told you to get this guy out of here. Do steroids make you deaf?" And so now he's just throwing that insult that Killian threw in his face back in his face, gives Arnie a smile and a nod, and leaves.
Exactly.
Right.
Great scene.
He's earned his respect.
Well, he's realized his old boss ain't worth shit anymore, basically. So he's gonna walk away, right?
Well, and he saw the film about Richards not killing everyone and actually being like, "No, this is bullshit." Like, right? Like,
He's realized his boss is a dick too. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also super impressive. Like, this is one of the few contestants of the Running Man who has actually made it back to Killian. And so, like, the best of the best, yes, it is Arnold.
Well, just think of it. The Arnold there was supposed to be
Richards
supposed to be a star there, the one that makes him all kinds of money. And he picked like the one person who could probably actually pull it off that actually has morals.
Hey, whatever happened to Maria?
She's off
doing?
oozing people.
Well, she's probably, I don't know, dealing with PTSD after Tubby the Christmas lights fell on top of her and tried to do stuff.
Makes sense.
Well,
Unfortunate,
but it shows up eventually, I think.
Yeah. Oh no, there's an end of the movie Kiss, so don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like classic 80s, the hero always gets the girl.
Mm-hmm.
Another dying trend, right? Now the women don't need no man.
I disagree with your philosophy.
I love this scene. So this is great. Perfect revenge.
Yeah, but and also the thing, and I think this is one of the best things that makes a good villain is that when he does get his comeuppance and he does die, you do feel bad for him, not because he was a good guy and you didn't want him to die. We all want Killian to die, but it is part of a good story, or at least part of a good movie, when a charismatic actor dies and you're like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're gone. I wish you stayed." Like,
I didn't feel sorry for him at all. I was glad he got what he deserved.
But don't you? And I'm not trying to assert, but when a villain is finally dispatched, and it's like, "Oh, I'm so glad he got, shot in the face, thrown down a chute," but it's like he was such a good character.
He was somewhat lovable, or love to hate, in other words.
Yeah, love to hate.
No,
like I'm glad he's dead fictionally, but I'm like as the character. But I you know what? I miss him now that he's gone.
well, he's effective in the role because he has so much experience being a creepy game show host in real life. So it made perfect sense, right? But I'm still glad that he went down the chute, because he'd done that to hundreds of other poor runners, and he deserved to end his life that way.
Well,
right? And unfortunately, there was no one on the other end to sit at that stop strip. And I thought it was funny too that he crashed into an image of himself with that stupid Coke sign.
That was awesome.
The last thing he sees, right, is his dumb face.
Just himself. Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
He jumps.
That's revenge. It was,
and the audience goes wild,
and the crowd goes wild.
So this is kind of reminds me a lot of Rollerball. I got to see the ending here.
I've never seen Rollerball.
1975. You should watch it. It's really good.
I think it is. I've heard.
The director must have taken some inspiration from Rollerball, from what you guys are saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's possible.
Lachlan, played by Yaphet, Kotto.
And we're done. Holy moly. All right.
We made it
Did
to
you
the
guys-
end, guys.
Did you
We
guys
did the
catch?
whole thing.
Did you guys catch at the very end of the film? There was a little voiceover thing right in the last minute or so.
Well,
Nope.
voiceover, we're not gonna be able to catch it in the slides.
No, we won't. But I remember watching it. I watched it right till the end because I don't know, for some reason I had a feeling, and there was some little narrative thing at the end, which was kind of fun.
What did it say?
I cannot remember for the life of me. I'm sorry, Pop.
Well, that's a
I
fantastic
should have
story,
written
Pop.
it down. I'm just mentioning anybody who wants to go and watch the last bit of the end credits. It's not that hard to find them, and it's kind of a little cool add-on.
All right, so we made it across the finish line. Excellent. I'm gonna move my avatar down here. Now, a reminder, everybody, if you haven't done so yet, please vote in the poll. I'll be closing the poll here in a minute or so after we speak to the panel and get their reviews, and then I will share the results for everyone to see. So I'm gonna go. And by the way, Gorilla, I'm gonna try to make this quick because I know it's really super late for you. So, in fact, I'm gonna do Gorilla first. Gorilla, tell us what you thought about the movie, and then tell me about your channel.
I so wanted to give this movie the same rating as Arnold Schwarzenegger gives our freedoms in an F, just because of him. But I know this was way before he became, because I could get over DiCaprio calling me the dumbest person, being one of the dumbest people alive on the face of the earth. But people will actually listen to Arnold there when he says that for free. But yeah, this is a good dystopian future, movie. I wish I would kind of almost see this when we're doing dystopian month or dystopian futures, because they predicted so much there with the AI, taking over everything, And really, if we want to balance the budget of this country, just start turning instead of putting the people in prison, put them on a game show or something like this. We could make a ton of money out of that.
I would love to see that. Yeah, all the criminals that keep getting released over and over. Oh yeah.
First and foremost, the politicians.
Yeah, I would say starting from the very top.
Yeah. But it's good dystopian future there. Where I can actually see because food riots could start at any time, especially with everything going on over in other half of the world there.
Yes.
There, I don't want to trigger the algorithm there on that, but
screw your algorithm.
But then it just shows how easily everything can be manipulated, not to believe your eyes, And with the way AI is going nowadays, all they have to do is just change one tiny, slight little thing, and you could have people arguing for days. Well, I saw he said this. No, this is the version he said this. I said, it could cause all kinds of havoc, and it could easily imprison a person who the government doesn't like or who upsets the.
Julian Assange, right? Julian Assange is a good example.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, here they actually used existing laws against him, but no, say if you piss off the government there, all of a sudden all they have to do is slightly tweak some kind of video, and all of a sudden you're guilty.
Like J6, yeah, like January 6th.
Well, that's just where they withheld a shit ton of evidence.
Yeah, exactly. They showed us right. They manipulated the footage, right?
Yeah. But then I also love the fact that the one man that he tried so hard to get because he couldn't technically go out and grab him because he was military or whatever was their downfall. He was
Americans are adorable when it comes to January 6th because we had an entire trucker convoy caused an emergency act in Canada, and then we did it first. Canada did it first, and then January 6th happened, and it was like,
woo, woo. Right, that's when you find out all those things called freedoms are all bullshit.
I'm just saying, Canada did it first.
Yeah, they took away their bank accounts.
Yeah, that's fucked. Sorry, effed up.
It is. I agree. It is fucked.
Scotty.
Wow, you swore
Well,
by
on this
your
stream, it's
lottery.
okay as long as it's not every other word. Sure.
Scotty, you guys may have done it first, but we get all the attention, it seems.
Well, you have a better cable network. Have you ever seen RoboCop 2?
They were just
I
able
have.
to. All right. So okay, they're just able to manipulate it better, but overall, I'm gonna say I'm gonna give it a B. Just
Yeah.
B.
I
I'm
love
just gonna
RoboCop
give it
2.
B.
Tell us about your channel, Gorilla. Don't
I
forget.
love RoboCop 2.
I actually put out a new short today, but otherwise, I got Wednesday. We will be watching season 4 of Justified, episodes 3 and 4. Thursday for Cringe Stock, we get to watch San Francisco get destroyed in 20.0 Mega Quake.
Yay!
And then on Friday there, we're reviewing the wonderful Walton's episode of the Ghost Story there.
Nice.
Saturday reviewing the Return to the Lost World. The Sunday is Mad Max 3.
John Thunderdome.
Then if I find time, I'm gonna be sprinkling in a bunch of other different streams there. We still got to finish F is for Family, and then I want to continue our dumbest lawsuits. Go through these dumb lawsuits.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah. So
Okay, Gorilla. Well, I want to thank you for helping me out tonight. And I'm sorry it's so late. I know you've got to get up early.
well, it's not that it's late here. It's just I'm just not feeling like good here.
Well, I know, and I'm sorry to hear that. And I'm not kidding, though. Try to go to the bathroom. I know that sounds ridiculous, but
I already did.
okay. I hope it helps. I would say
Lemon has fact checked me and said that the trucker convoy was before the insurrection.
Yeah,
that's what you said.
Scotty.
That's what you
I
said,
don't.
Scotty.
Anyway, sorry.
Isn't that what you said, Scotty? I thought you said J6 was after.
It's the inverse. January 6th, 2021 happened before the Canada trucker thing of 2022.
Yeah, but that's January of 22.
So I stand corrected. Canada did not do it first. As usual, I bow to my American freedom fighters.
I don't care. We wouldn't have Captain Kirk if it wasn't for Canada, so they win every time.
And Scotty as well.
Scotty, you're right.
Like
just got to
James
mention my
Dewan.
BC boy here, born in Vancouver. Yeah,
Jimmy Dewan.
War hero too.
Yep, true story.
Lemon Pie says Daniel has arrived upon Daniel. Yes, he has. And Lemon Pie says true romance reference from Scotty. That's another movie keep announced. Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
All right. You know what So Arnold got to kill 3 bosses, and the lady who killed the guy, she just killed one. She just killed like the guy with the Christmas lights on him. And that was an accident, really. So that's it?
No, he didn't kill Dynamo.
No, the kill count for the movie is like 40-something, so I think there was more. Plus, of course, not counting the... Go ahead.
That guy's dead, right? He was electrocuted.
Dynamo?
The electrical
Dynamo's dead.
Right.
Oh, thank God.
Buzzsaw got the buzzsaw. What was it, Jim Brown?
The only one who survived was Jesse Ventura.
Yes. Philip Gaming says live long and prosper. And Philip Gaming says, hey, Christmas tree. John Malama says, gropey Christmas lights.
Grapey. Anyways.
John Malama says, hey, Phil. Philip Gaming says, hey, John Malama. And Lemon Pie says, hey, Philip. And hey, Lemon. And I think that was a cake. I'm not sure. Phil, I'm sorry, guys. Those little icons are very small on my laptop. Philip Gaming says, I believe he was also a champion bodybuilder.
Philip Gaming, you're a champion bodybuilder.
Bodybuilder. He sure was, Philip Gaming says, Nemesis of Eden. And Philip Gaming says that ending is freaking amazing. Yes, I totally agree. John Lemon says, yes, I was so glad when Palpatine got killed. Oh, wait.
Yeah, but unfortunately, somehow Palpatine has returned.
Scotty, would
Yes.
you like to give us your grade and what you think about the movie? And if you want to share about your channel.
I thank you so much. I give this movie a B+. Like, it's not as good as it doesn't matter. Let's talk about this movie. I think it's an incredible action movie. I enjoy the cast. I enjoy the world building. I think that it is really good. It is schlock. It is just fun times. It is somewhat prophetic. If I had a choice, I would probably watch Demolition Man over this. But this is really good. Like, okay. I do like this movie. But it's one of those, oh no, in the early 21st century, society will break down and this is how people will be. And now living in the 21st century, I'm like, shit. Running Man was right.
Yes, it was closer than Demolition Man, yeah.
Yeah, it was. But it's so funny for me, and in an ironic way, to watch these 1980s post-apocalyptic movies and be like, oh yeah, no, we got there. It blows my mind. And this movie is one of those I hoot and I holler and I enjoy. And then 10 minutes after the credits roll, I'm like, oh my God, this is where we live. So, yeah, no, B.
Very cool. And anything you want to share about your channel or what you do?
If you guys are any fans of Fargo, the television show, and the movie, over at the Phantasmagorium, we're talking about Fargo. It seems to be the groove that we have met. And so we're talking about that. It's a really good time. We're just getting into season 4 with Chris Rock and Jason Schwartzman and Jesse Buckley. And as always, please subscribe to Cinema Gulp and check out Anti-Derivative Jill.
Perfect. Thank you, Scotty.
Thank you.
All right, before the next person is, I'm about to listen to the lesser reviews on my phone. I'm going to go lay down.
Well, good luck, Gorilla, and thank you for helping me out tonight. I hope you feel better tomorrow.
Yeah, have a good sleep, Gorilla.
We'll see ya.
Feel better, buddy.
Yeah, take care.
Good night, Gorilla.
Good night.
All right.
Yeah, it's never good to see one of our good buddies there not feeling well. Philip Gaming says no Running Man 2 without him. Yeah, you're right about that. Philip Gaming says epic 80s ending. And John Malama says if you changed the title and the names of Arnold, Richard, and the girl Maria something, Conchita Alonso, you would never associate it with the book. It's that different. Oh, that's interesting. Philip Gaming says just because something is closer to the book doesn't mean it will be better. Total Recall 1990 is further from the story than the new movie. Memsabine says, I personally really like the movie adaptation of Starship Troopers over the book. Well, that's cool. I know it was a fantastic movie. Lemon Pie, January 6, 2021 was before the Canada. There we go, trucker thing in early 2022. And John Malama says, Philip Gaming, I'm not saying that, but in this case, the movie is a silly, spectacle 80s action movie where the book is a very deep, serious story with very little in common. And Philip Gaming says, Diaper Man is dead. Yes, Edge of Time, they call me the Running Man. And John Malama says, as well as being a very good, well-written story where this movie is average for what it is, in my opinion, of course. And Lemon Pie says, let's have a Running Man with the panel competing. Watch out for Gorilla. Oh, yes, Gorilla. John Malama, I'm the pudding man. I make great chocolate pudding. Pie for real. Funny you mentioned that. I was just looking at putting it, the box of pudding at the store when I was there yesterday because I love chocolate pudding and chocolate pie, and I haven't had it in such a long time. I was actually considering it. Lemon Pie, Scotty and Cat review Fargo TV series. It is a blast. Yes, I recommend it, everyone. John Malama
Thank
says
you.
Jill is so sweet. I really adore her. Yeah, Jill is perfect. She has no enemies, and if there's anybody who dislikes her, then they've got serious mental issues.
She is really no, but like if you want to find a fault in Jill, she is very short.
Right, but she doesn't have that attitude that some other, I'll say, female YouTubers have.
How do you know she's short, Scotty? Like, have you seen her stand up? And I've never seen her stand up.
She told me. She told me.
Oh, okay.
I've just seen her photographs from the convention or her videos and stuff from the conventions. Nemesis Sabine says, thanks for the link dropping, Scotty, for Lemon Pie. And Lemon Pie says, Jill is history's greatest monster. Just kidding. John Lemon says, not instant. Unfortunately, I know. I'm guilty, right? Because cooking is not easy for me. I don't have access to the kitchen a lot of times. But yes, I was looking at the instant pudding.
Like, have you ever seen?
We lost Sci-Fi Dan.
Oh no!
Well, no, there you are, Gorilla.
Still seems to
Okay,
be.
sorry. No, Sci-Fi Dan. I'm sorry. The icon shifted when Gorilla left.
Have you ever seen pictures of Jill outside of a roller coaster? And like the people outside of the roller coaster, they're like, Jill, you're too short.
I just seen her videos of her at the conventions and the pictures.
Jill cannot ride a roller coaster. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's a shame.
It is, but no, she's just too little.
Jill actually sent me a photo of her and her hubby and her 2 kids one time hanging out with a couple of cool Klingon dudes as a sci-fi convention, and she didn't look that short. Like, I mean, she was shorter than her hubby, but she didn't look that tiny.
She's 3 apples tall. She's shorter than her daughter.
I know, but let's not focus on that, guys, please.
Yeah, that's a good
point. We've got to respect your privacy. Respect your privacy, though. And okay, now I'm going to ask Sci-Fi Dan. It's your turn. Give us your grade on this movie. What you think, and tell us about your channel.
I would give this one a solid A. The dystopian future hits close to home in a few areas, and that's kind of scary. And it's also pretty good commentary in certain areas to show how far we have fallen as a society. And what can I say? I'm a huge Arnold fan, so any Arnold movie that has him in a good role, I like. The action is pretty good, but I gotta say the Christmas lights guy was way over the top costume-wise. And Richard Dawson, he was a pretty good character. And see him get what he deserved was pretty satisfying. And, well, beyond that, my rating for the movie is a solid A, which Scotty may disagree with.
Totally fine. We all have different opinions here.
And my channel usually covers sci-fi. I'm a Star Wars fan first. I've gone down the rabbit hole of that franchise pretty good. I'm also a casual Star Trek fan, a casual Stargate, a pretty good Stargate fan. I've gone down the rabbit hole of that franchise pretty far. I'm a Farscape fan.
Right, but what about your channel?
Oh, yeah. Well, first I'm telling... Well,
Sorry,
if you want to check out sci-fi stuff, I do talk about that on my channel, my live streams, too, about those subjects. And I'm also a Transformers fan. If you want to go into my channel, my current videos, they're maybe a few years old. They're Stargate videos, a few Star Wars videos. I think both Star Wars videos are about the top 10 Sith Lords of the Star Wars universe, and then the top 10 Jedi of the Star Wars universe. And then the rest are Stargate videos. Some are fanfiction videos that I was doing stories for on Stargate. Cool. And then the rest are just... I think I got one about the Transformers, about the characters, and how a fan story that I wrote about them being transformed into Cybertronians. There's a video about that.
Have you ever seen Cowboy Bebop?
No, but I have heard of it.
You should.
Oh, it's
you should
fantastic.
absolutely do so.
Not the TV show, from what I've heard. Yeah, don't watch the TV show.
Oh
No, watch the anime.
don't- Yeah, watch it.
Right. I'm talking about the live action. Right.
Nemesis has my back.
And Nemesis, what do you mean by Stargate what? In the comment, what do you mean by that? If he's still
It's
there.
a play on words.
Oh,
Is that like
Stargate.
this?
Linguistic humor.
Well, anyway, that's how I view the movie. That's about myself, and that's about my channel. If you guys want to check it out, and to any of the chatters that are watching or the viewers that are watching, you can go ahead and check out my channel, subscribe. You can watch some of my old videos about Stargate, Star Wars, and Transformers. If you guys have the time, you can go ahead and check it out over there. Yeah,
My favorite video of yours is about the GoBots.
what, the Transformers?
No, GoBots.
Is that a humor right there? Because I don't understand what.
Yeah, no, it was hilarious for me.
I don't understand.
What?
Neither
GoBots?
do I.
You guys don't understand GoBots.
I think
Never
maybe
heard
it
of
was
them.
was it a cartoon? I don't know.
I understand the reference. I was just,
Yeah, we're not-
remaining silent because I was hoping we were carrying on.
Well, yeah. Remember, guys, we're not Seth MacFarlane, where you have to explain every joke because nobody gets it. That's the Family Guy in a nutshell. That's why I never liked that show.
Yeah,
Well-
no, it sucks being smarter than everyone else. Anyway, I should go.
Oh, don't be so snobbish, Scotty. After all, you
I
do have-
am a snob. Don't denounce my snobbery.
No, it's fine. But Scotty, thank you for giving us your review and hanging out with us tonight on the panel.
Dude, this has been such a blast, and thank you. I'm sorry if I was a jerk, but this
No,
was
you're
such a
always
blast.
you're
Hanging
always
out with a movie that
No,
I
don't
enjoyed
apologize.
so much.
Don't
And
apologize,
You gave
no.
me no, but I like Pop Culture Curator. You gave me an avenue in which to share it with my friends, and I enjoy watching movie with friends.
I
And
enjoyed
so-
having you here. That's why you don't have to apologize.
Okay, well then I won't.
There
I'll
you
see
go.
guys in the future.
Okay, Scotty, I will see you. If not sooner, I will see you Tuesday on Jill's stream.
I'll see you next Tuesday. Cheers.
Bye bye.
Well, anyway, that's my turn. I guess it's Daniel's Hot Topics turn then, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Daniel, tell us, what do you think about the movie? What grade would you give it? And tell us about your channel. If you're still there. Daniel may have stepped away from the mic. How about you, PvP? Are you ready to sacrifice yourself?
Yeah, I can probably do that.
Okay.
I was wavering between a B plus and an A minus, and I finally decided to go with the A minus because I thought it was a pretty solid action movie. I didn't think it was nearly as good as Total Recall. I thought Total Recall had a much more interesting and in-depth story line, more multi-layered, more complex. And I thought Running Man was a little bit simplistic a lot of the time. But, you know, it was Arnie. It was action-packed. It was good. Lots of good fight scenes. I did find the AI stuff, you know, pretty much on target. And a lot of the social manipulation in the world has been going on, not just recently. I mean, this has been going on forever. You look at different societies in the past, and you can find it if you really look for the way people were socially manipulated and just doing some very awful things to each other. So that's nothing new, really. But the one thing I had to I would have given this an A plus if it was a perfect film, of course. But the reason I gave it an A minus was the crowd scenes. I mean, it's like, okay, I get it. These people have been probably manipulated and brainwashed their entire lives, but there was just too many scenes where it's like thousands, you know, hundreds of these people, if not thousands of these people, were all, you know, clapping like seals simultaneously at the same moment. They had the same facial expressions. They were just like they're like a monolithic crowd of, you know, idiots basically. And after a while, I started to find that a bit grating and questionable because, I mean, even in the most brainwashed society, there's always going to be those individuals that are going to still keep a mind of their own, right? Because that's what history shows us. So that kind of knocked it down. I had to knock it down a couple points for that because that kind of bugged me after a while. It was a little too simplistic, I guess, for my taste. And it was like when the revolution finally started with Arnie, like winning the day and sending our Richard Dawson game show host to hell, basically. It was like such a flip. Everybody just flipped over. And it's like, oh yeah, we've been manipulated. Let's start a revolution now. Rah rah. It was like, would people actually do that if they're that brainwashed? So that kind of bugged me. So I thought it was a little simplistic in some aspects. But other than the crowd stuff, I thought the rest of the movie was very well done. Great special effects, cinematography, fight scenes. Arnold was great as he always is. Good cast overall. So I couldn't fault it too badly, but I did knock it down to an A minus, which I still think is a pretty decent rating, guys. So, you know.
Thank you. And your channel?
Just doing the rock and roll playlist still and putting up some new music every week, trying to. And nothing too exciting, but that's pretty much what I'm doing right now.
Very cool. I appreciate it. And thank you for being with us tonight, PvP.
Always happy to be here, Bob.
PvP, how big of an Ellis fan are you?
How big a fan? What?
How big of an Ellis fan are you?
Ellis?
Yeah, how big of an Ellis fan are you?
Elvis Presley.
Oh, you're talking about the music. Actually, I do like his hits. I can't honestly say I've gone in depth to his albums at all. I'm probably like a lot of people that way. I'm an older guy like Pop, but I think I would have to be even a bit older to really be a huge Elvis fan.
And
I
have
mean,
kids.
basically,
And
yeah.
have boobs. Usually it's mostly women that like Elvis from what I've seen.
Well, I still remember the stories where the women would take their panties to the concerts and throw them at
yeah.
Elvis, which I thought was
Right,
hilarious.
even when he was 300 pounds, it was like, oh god.
Yeah, poor fat Elvis in the 70s, right? But I like his music a lot, though. I think he was very, very good. And he started like that's the trouble. He started in like the mid to late 50s, I guess it was. And I wasn't even born, till the late 50s. So, if I would have been hearing Elvis back in like 1958 or something, I would have been in diapers, right? So I wouldn't have become a huge fan back then.
Well, either that or your mother used to listen to him and put on the music in the background for you.
My parents never were into music, sadly. They just weren't. They weren't into art. They weren't into TV. They weren't into movies. I don't know how the hell I ever turned out the way I did. Probably because my family life was so boring in that sense that I would just throw the TV on, or I'd actually walk up to the cinema on a Saturday afternoon by myself, even when I was like 8 or 9, because back then you could safely as a kid, right, in my town. I'd drop my 50 cents down and I'd go pay 50 cents for Saturday matinee, and I'd end up seeing like the 10 Commandments for 3.5 hours. So I think that's where I kind of picked up on how much I love culture, right? Because of those early experiences. But I think my parents had like maybe half a dozen records in their entire collection. It sadly just wasn't. They weren't. They were. Thing is, we were working class, and they were so busy working their butts off all week to provide a good living and put food on our table and pay the mortgage or whatever. I just don't think they had a lot of energy left to really get into media. Like sometimes we have a little more luxury these days, I suppose. So anyway, I mean that's pretty much it. I don't want to go on about it, but
Well,
you did ask me, but I do like Elvis. I could actually do an Elvis playlist. That'd be kind of fun, actually.
And looks like Daniel's back. Are you there, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right, it's your turn, Daniel. Give us your grade on the movie. What do you think? And what are you doing on YouTube?
I thought the movie was. I would give this movie like maybe a 9 out of 10. It was good.
So that makes it about an A minus then in Pop's rating system.
Yeah.
You there, Daniel?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, is that all? You want to say anything else with this? Okay, thank you. Nimbus of Eden, what say you, good buddy? What do you think about the movie? And tell us about your channel.
Yeah, so I'd give this solid B. The costumes were kind of ridiculous. I liked the setup and the principle, but the payoff wasn't very good. I didn't really care about most of the characters. I liked the lore of the actual story, but ultimately, yeah, no, it's kind of what Scotty said. It's schlock. It's nothing there are some points that I will reminisce on, but ultimately, there wasn't enough here for me to go, boy, I want to watch this again. I will say the cinematography was really good. The music was really good. And of course, all the one-liners and whatnot, super cheesy, 80s standard. So yeah, once again, B. And as for my channel, I do Skullgirls Mobile and I do Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. So if you're into fighting games or you're into Yu-Gi-Oh!, definitely check me out. I would love to have your subs. It would be graciously appreciated. And to everyone who has made it this far in the chat, in the future, thank you so much for being here. And don't forget to subscribe to Pop Culture Curator's channel, as well as my own, as well as everyone else's. And I would just like to say, Pops, thank you again, as always. It's been a pleasure being with you and everyone else on the panel.
Likewise, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Nemesis, do you collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards as a hobby, or do you just play the online game?
Online.
Because I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh card collector, and I know how to play the card game, but I mainly am a collector now when it comes to those cards.
Daniel, I have a friend, and he is really into collecting all those kind of cards. He's got some really expensive ones. He buys and trades on eBay. So I will say that my review, I'm going to give it a B. I liked it. I think it's entertaining. It's what I call a crowd pleaser. It's fun. Casting, I think, is good. I like Richard Dawson as a bad guy. He did fit right into the role like a glove. I like the over the.
He certainly did.
I like the over the top characters. The stalkers, I like that. Very memorable, very showbiz. And I like the way that they loosely predicted how economy is now. The economy and the government. It's sad, but it's true. The manipulation with AI and the deep faking and all that kind of stuff. It really, it hit right on the nose of what's going on now. Because you honestly, truly cannot believe anything you see on TV, social media, or even in the press anywhere anymore. But I know a lot of people, we know that that's all fake news, but unfortunately the majority of the people believe it. And that's why we have the worst absolute people running our countries, which is really sad because we're all living in a fascist state now. And so we're almost, I see Running Man, we're not quite there yet, but we're almost there. And it's good to see an old Schwarzenegger movie before he ruined his career. Right now, I won't watch anything with him in it, obviously. But yeah, I'll give it a B. And as far as my channel is concerned, as you see here, every Tuesday night we do our horror sci-fi streams. We'll be back next week with another amazing movie. I hope that you guys can join us. Tomorrow night, if Gorilla's filling up to it, we'll be back with 2 more episodes of Gilligan's Island. We're on season 3 of that. Saturday night, we'll have our Rumblings from the Lab where we have open topic, open mic. Everybody is invited. And sorry, my voice is cracking up. And Monday, we'll be back with another classic episode of season 2 of Lost in Space. And I also do want to deeply thank not only everybody on the panel for helping out and sharing your thoughts and insights to the movie tonight, but a really, really big shout out and a big love to the chat. You guys are amazing also tonight. And thank you for being here with us. Lemon Pie, by the way, I had not forgotten. I'm going to be closing the results in the poll here shortly and sharing them. Lemon Pie says, hopefully not mayonnaise, Nemesis. Yeah, I agree. Lemon Pie says, Scotty was a jewel. Later, Scotty. He always is. He's always very entertaining. John Malama says, thanks, everybody. Fun we had. Fun was had. I'm not normally a but the book. I think he means buy the book kind of guy. Almost never actually. This is a special case. I don't mind if you're a buy the book guy or if you're not. I always love having people here who have read the source material and can share the difference with us. So that's what I care about. Lemon Pie says, Jamba, it was cool to hear about the book from you. Yeah, that's what I say. Absolutely. I treasure that very much so, by the way. And Lemon Pie, thank you for sharing that link. John Malama says, oh, thanks, Lemon Pie. I also believe a true adaptation would make for a great movie. But yeah, Always happy to share. Yeah, you want a good adaptation, John Malama? Check out my Time Machine coverage we did a week or so ago. Very close to the source material. John Malama says, I just found out my local theater has $5 Wednesdays. I'll probably see a bunch of movies this year. I wouldn't have bothered with Dune 2 is what I'm waiting for. I want to see Godzilla at -1. It's like, that's one that I know screaming to see on the big screen.
Oh, dude, I wish. But, yeah. Anyways, well, I'm not going to get down that rabbit hole. Carry on.
Right, and of course, the only damn nomination that gets is best special effects. Fucking Academy. John Malama says, bye, everybody. See some of you soon, I'm sure. Aloha, Nui Loa. Nui Loa. I hope I didn't mess that up. But yes, thank you, John Malama. Have a great night. Lemon Pie says, bye, John Ma. And then Sabine says, bye, John Malama. Sleep well. Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to close the poll in the chat and show the results. Here we go. Give me a moment, everybody, and I'll be right there.
$5 says the rating and the overall rating is a B.
Well, let's find out. Here we go.
You never know with these polls. Sometimes they're surprising.
There we go. It looks like.
Oh.
Excellent.
There you
23
go.
votes. Wow. Thank you, everybody. What grade would you give the Running Man? Can you read these for me, PvP?
Yeah, A plus to A minus, 56%. Gosh, I guess I picked well this time, but I'm kind of wondering if I should have rated it quite that high. But B plus to B minus, 34%. That's pretty healthy too. C plus to C minus gave it a 4% rating. And then we have the D plus to the infamous F minus at another 4%. So quite a varied poll, actually. They often are, though, on your channel, I've noticed, Pop. Sometimes they are very surprising. Like, I was not expecting the A category to get 56%. I didn't think it would get quite that much.
I was surprised since the A's on this panel are the minority. The A's would not get the majority of the votes, but I was wrong. The A's got the majority of the votes, and I'm actually pretty happy with that.
Yeah, see, this is another great
chat
example.
Votes a lot, too, though, right? You know. So.
Right, and this is another great example why it's so good to get all these different opinions from everybody rather than everybody, because I'm not going to give any names, but there's certain channels where if you don't agree with them, they harass you or block you or, do all those horrible things to you if you don't agree with them. And I'm absolutely against that. I love all the different opinions. I don't care if everybody gives it an F minus. I still love everybody being here, and I'm not going to judge or criticize. So that's what I think, that I'm proud of my channel is actually a little more honest that way, that we have more of an open forum. That's the way it should be. I definitely believe in freedom of speech.
You're one of the few that do, but most YouTubers do choose one side because they know it's profitable.
Yeah, they do, right? But but at least they can be respectful to people that disagree. But no, a lot of them are absolutely horrible to people that disagree. I mean, they're very spiteful and they lash out. It's horrible.
The thing is, if I disagree with somebody in a chat, I'll generally just keep my mouth shut and try not to get into an argument with folks, right? Unless I feel very strongly. But even then, though, I'll usually just bite my tongue and let it slide. But
That's
some people can't do that though, right, Nemesis? It's like,
Yeah.
Or just sit back and observe mainly.
Oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with just listening to other folks' opinions, and even if I disagree with them, I might learn a thing or two, right? So,
That's how I am usually.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I love Pop's channel. He's very good.
Hang on here.
Channel that way. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Go ahead, Pop.
Did you want to say something?
Nope. I just heard you talk, and then so I want to make sure you didn't talk over.
I was just gonna add if there's anything that anybody wants to say before I close this up.
Yes, Pops. Just hopefully your treatments go well and you stay healthy and
thank you.
Have a good life.
I'm doing my best. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. And also, many, many, many thank yous to the chat. Like I said, for you guys hanging out with us all night. And I had a great time. Even though I give the movie a B, it's the experience of the stream and having all my friends around me is what I come back for. So you guys make this extra special, and especially all you guys on the panel. I love your voice. I love your inputs. And you guys make this worth coming back for. So I am seriously, but I mean that. Lemon 568 Pops panel and chat. Nim Zavine says, stay amazing, Lemon. Of course, my voice is starting to give out. I apologize, guys. Maybe I need to shut up eventually. But
or you need some sleep and have a bite to eat.
Well, sleep. I'm not really tired. I do need to. I never eat enough. In fact, I know this is a little personal, but I actually ate something earlier today for the first time in a week, and it almost put my body in shock. And I'm not kidding. My body wasn't used to it. It didn't know what to do. But I want to thank everyone. I know it's late, and I do apologize for that, but I hope you had a good time. If you work tomorrow, please drive safe and stay warm. And I love you guys, seriously, and hopefully I'll see you guys either on my Gilligan's Island stream tomorrow or maybe my Saturday night rumblings from the lab. Either way, you're all invited. And okay, any last minute words on the panel, you guys?
Nope.
What is next Tuesday's movie gonna be?
Oh, I don't honestly. Whenever I do these streams, I don't know yet, because what I need to do is I need to look up and find out is next. I think next week is our Hammer movie. Honestly,
I believe so.
Right. So if it's good, it's going to be the second Christopher Lee Hammer Dracula movie.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Well, now that I've seen the movie, I'm going to be out of my element that Tuesday.
Well, I'm going to put a link in the chat so you are in my what do you call it? My community tab. I will post ahead of time what movie we're going to do, and I will also include a link so you can watch it if you want to join us. I always do that. So far, we've been lucky finding every movie that we've wanted to cover. I always put a link so that everybody has a chance to watch it without having to pay for it.
Yeah, you just have to go to the community tab, see the picture of the movie that's going to be posted on Tuesday, and then there's a little box underneath where people have been posting comments, Dan, and you click on the little box where people have been posting their feedback, and Pop will put a link to the actual film. You just click on that, and it'll take you to the website where you can see it.
For free. Thank you, PvP.
For free.
Yes, great way of explaining it, PvP. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Try.
But yes, I do give everybody the opportunity to watch. I'll post it in a few days, thereby giving you a few days to hopefully watch it before next Tuesday. But yeah,
and that's even if I catch your stream on time.
Well, it'll be next Tuesday. Excuse me, same time we did tonight, which will be 7 p.m. Mountain Time. And if you're a little late, that's fine. You don't have to be right there when we get started. Better late than never is what I always say.
I'm always late because I'm Pacific. So.
So am I.
Yeah, I don't worry about it though.
Usually.
Even if I miss half the film, it's still fun to join in.
Yeah, and I'm not going to mark you tardy, I promise.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody.
Oh, thank God! 3 strikes and you're out. Oh my God!
You're not going to get your gold star today. All right. Good night, everybody. I love you guys.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Bye bye. Take care.